recati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita, che separano in un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce in essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre, per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Ama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle 80.000 tipi di interferenze, da 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dal disturbio dei 4 elementi e che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, venire totalmente pacificate, possa corpo e mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione del Guru e dei 3 gioielli, per il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, per la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche e preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Facciamo ancora un'altra volta. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure danni recati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, mai sorgere nel reame del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano in un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche, dalle altre per le quali gli esseri provano terrore, solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Ama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle 80.000 tipi di interferenze, da 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi e che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere venire totalmente pacificate e possono corpo e mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione del Guru e dei 3 gioielli, per il potere delle Dakini, per i protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, per la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche e preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Facciamo le dediche finali. Per i meriti accumulati che sono vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono vuota di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere velocemente l'illuminazione che è vuota di esistere dalla sua parte e condurre tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato dell'illuminazione, io stessa e da sola. Preghiera a lunga vita di sua santità Dalai Lama. Nel paese circondato da montagne nevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità. Potente Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, ti prego di rimanere fino alla fine del samsara. Preghiera di lunga vita della Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu che detieni l'etica del suo giocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e dissemini la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath. Tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i 3 gioielli, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego per favore vivi a lungo. Andiamo anche per la lunga vita di Osa Rinpoche. Possa la mente preziosa dell'illuminazione non ancora sorta sorgere e svilupparsi, e quella che è già sviluppata possa non diminuire mai, ma crescerci sempre più. A causa di queste virtù posso io diventare rapidamente un guru Buddha e guidare a quello stato ogni essere senziente senza alcuna eccezione. Dedichiamo ogni virtù accumulata al beneficio degli insegnamenti e tutti gli esseri migratori, in special modo affinché l'essenza degli insegnamenti del venerabile Losandra Lama Zopa possa splendere per sempre. Quindi facciamo l'ultima dedica. Per quanto a lungo esisterà lo spazio e fino a quando ci saranno esseri senzienti, fino ad allora posso esserci anch'io per poter eliminare la sofferenza del mondo. Dedichiamo affinché non possiamo mai cadere sotto l'influenza del pensiero autogratificante che si prende cura solo di sé, una forte determinazione di consapevolezza. Vi ringrazio tanto della vostra presenza, della vostra condivisione. Vi auguro a tutti una buona giornata, una buona pratica, una buona continuazione e ci vediamo forse la prossima settimana. Grazie Livio, grazie Irene, grazie. Aurelia. Ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Grazie. Saluti alle vostre famiglie.
Grazie.
Grazie. Ciao.
Hello.
Hello. Ciao Sara.
Ciao.
Sara. Ciao. Good luck. I don't see you, but enough.
I'm here. I'm having some trouble with the audio.
Oh, yeah. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Where
you too.
You? In Nepal?
I'm in Bodha, in Nepal. Yeah.
Nepal.
In Bodha.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Bodhnas. Yeah.
Ciao.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Ciao.
You too.
You too. Ciao. Ciao.
Okay. I'm having a bit of a problem with the audio, but I think you can hear me. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just continue. I think you can hear me, maybe not as well as I would like.
Yes, we can hear you, Sarah. Thank you.
I'll just try and fix it. I mean, it's the who's that talking?
Hello. We can hear you.
Okay, I've got it fixed now, I think. Okay, so there's no picture of me, there's just a picture of the prayer wheel. And okay, so hello everybody. And I'm Sarah, and here I am in Bodhnas, Nepal, where there's the Great Stupa. And I'm going to be doing like 1 hour now of the different practices. So we're going to start off with motivation. And I'm going to use calling the Guru from afar. And then I'll go on to the Bodhisattva attitude. And then we'll go to the actual practice itself. So I've just been joined by a little friend, I'm afraid. I think it looks like I'm babysitting at the same time. Sit down. No, you have to sit down. Sit down, sit down. There's, I think it's okay because I don't think anyone is watching this. So I think as long as I do the practice, I think it's going to be okay. Okay, you guys at Chenrezig. There's a little girl joining me. You just say hello. Say hello.
Hello.
And say Om Mani Padme Hum.
Oh,
Okay, very good. All right. Then now be quiet. that's my childcare maintenance technique. Okay, so starting off, page 67, quoting the Guru from afar. So visualize on the crown of your head is your Guru. And you should think that they are in their ordinary form and the embodiment of all objects of refuge. So all the Gurus. So if you like to do this, you can just imagine around your root Guru, all your other Gurus going out like a flower, radiating out. So all the Gurus, and they're all pleased with you. And then they all absorb into the root Guru, who's smiling and very beautiful, and just merely having the thought that they're on the crown of your head is so no, I don't have a word for it. Yeah, maybe thinking of the Gurus, very moving. Think of their kindness, and you think that although it's appearing in an ordinary form, but in reality, this is all the Buddhas. All the Buddha's holy Dhammakaya mind. Total omniscience. Bound by great compassion for all sentient beings, and having the power to appear in any way needed to guide us. So the root Gurus are appearing in that form. Very, very radiant, magnificent, smiling, pleased. One taste with the great bliss, Dhammakaya. Please guide me always, without separation, in this life, future lives, and the body. Wisdom's own and rosy appearance, conqueror of 7 branches, is itself the ultimate basis and nation of all kind Gurus. I beseech you, Guru, Sambhogakaya, please guide me always, without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Vadu. The play of various emanations, suiting the dispositions of the many to be subdued, is itself the behavior of the Sambhogakaya of the kind Gurus. I beseech you, Guru, Namanakaya, please guide me always, without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Vadu. all the infinite, peaceful, and wrathful yidams are also the Guru's nature. And since no yidam exists apart from the kind Guru, I beseech you, Guru, who comprises all yidams, please guide me always, without separation, in this life, future lives, and Vada. The ordinary form of all Buddhas arises in the aspect of the Guru. Therefore, no Buddha is reserved apart from the kind Guru. I beseech you, Guru, comprises all Buddhas. Please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the body. The very form of all conquerors, wisdom, compassion, and power arises as the Guru. Therefore, the supreme Arya saviors of the three types are also the kind Guru. I beseech you, Guru, who combines the three types in one. Please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the body. 100, 5, and 3 types, however many elaborated, are the Guru. The pervasive master in whom they're all included is also the Guru. I beseech you, Guru, as master of all the types of Buddhas, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the body. Creator of all Buddhas, Dharma, and Sangha is the Guru. The one who combines all three refuges is the kind Guru. I beseech you, Guru, whose presence combines all refuges, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the body. Thinking of how the actual form of all Buddhas arises in the aspect of the Guru, and mercifully guides me, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of how you show the excellent, unmistaken path to me, an unfortunate, wretched being abandoned by all the Buddhas, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of this excellent body, highly meaningful and difficult to obtain, and wishing to take its essence with unerring choice between gain and loss, happiness and suffering, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the experience of not knowing what to do, when a great fear of death suddenly descends upon me, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the experience of just now suddenly separating from all the affections of this life and going on alone, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the experience of my naked body falling into terrifying fires of hell and being unable to bear it, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of how the suffering of hunger and thirst without a drop of water is directly experienced in the unfortunate Pataram, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of how very repulsive and wretched it is to become a foolish, stupid animal, and what it would be like to experience it myself, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of a refuge to protect me from this, since I'm now about to fall into the wretched states of bad migration, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of how right and black action is experienced, and of how to practice thorough and precise engagement and restraint, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of a method to escape this prison of endless existences, the source of all suffering, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the plight of my pitiful old mothers, pervasive as space, fallen amidst the fearful ocean of samsara and tormented there, reminds me of you, Guru. Therefore, Guru, please bless me to generate and non-mental continuum effortless experience of the profound 3 principles of the path and the 2 stages. Please bless me to strive in one pointed practice and the 3 trainings with the intense thought of renunciation in order to reach the secure state of liberation. Please bless me to train in the precious supreme bodhicitta with a special attitude, taking responsibility to liberate all migrators for myself alone. Please bless me to follow after the oceans of conquerors with a will to cross to the very end of the great waves of deeds of the conqueror's sons. Please bless me to realize the supreme view free of extremes, in which emptiness and dependent arising, appearance and emptiness, complement each other. Please bless me quickly to generate the experience of taking the 3 kayas into the path, ripening the basis of birth, death, and bardo. Please bless me to rise as the illusory divine body itself, the play of the 4 joys and 4 emptinesses, of the wind and mind absorbed in the central chamber. Please bless me to meet the ultimate Guru, the bare face of my innate mind, with the covering of perception of true existence, and perceiving it as true removed. Please bless me to be one with your 3 secrets, Guru, the vast Dhammakaya of greatness, which has exhausted the elaborations of the 2 obscurations. In short, please abide inseparably in the center of my heart until the great enlightenment, and mercifully bless me, the child, to follow after you, the Father. Guru, think of me. Guru, think of me. Guru, think of me. So you think that the Guru is extremely pleased by this request. It comes to the crown of your head. Very eager to become oneness. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Gurus. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat of my heart. Guide me with your great kindness, and grant me the realization of your holy body, holy speech, and mind. So then you can think that the Guru becomes smaller and smaller, and then comes down through the crown of the head, through his throat, down to the heart. And at the heart becomes oneness. Your mind becomes oneness with the Guru's high mind. Determined to attain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings, who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. So now generating bodhisattva attitude with a mind that is oneness with the Guru, and you bring to mind all the numberless sentient beings from the peak of samsara down to the lowest hells of unrelenting torment, suffering. Every one of them, numberless. And you bring to mind how precious each one is. All are suffering, all want happiness. Each one is most precious and most kind. And you feel a strong sense of cherishing. Only by depending on these suffering sentient beings? Can I generate compassion? Can I progress along the path? Can I achieve full enlightenment? Only by depending on each one of these suffering sentient beings did all the Buddhas achieve enlightenment, did all my Gurus achieve enlightenment in the past. And only by depending on each one of these numberless suffering sentient beings will every sentient being be able to achieve enlightenment by generating compassion and actualizing the path. Therefore, each one is most precious and most kind. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. For the sake of accomplishing the two purposes of all beings, without a sense of loss, I give away my body and likewise my enjoyments, such as food and clothing, and even all my virtues accumulated over 3 times. So you can imagine taking on all the sufferings and the causes of all sentient beings to your heart and giving them all your possessions, all your virtues, everything. By abandoning attachments and giving everything away, I will pass beyond sorrow, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding sorrowless state, the state of omniscience. Since I will have to give up everything all at once when I die, it's best for me to give it away to sentient beings, because Buddhahood is attained in that way. As I have already given this body to all beings to use for their pleasure, even if they always kill me, criticize, beat me, and so forth, I will let them do whatever they like. From now on, whether they play games in my body and make it an object of laughter, by ridiculing and making fun of it to hurt me, since I've already given this body of mine to sentient beings, why would I resist by protecting it and so forth? I will also use it to do any virtuous action that doesn't harm and benefits others. Whenever any sentient being encounters me, let it never be meaningless for them, and always be meaningful. So Zenshiro says, the whole of existence exists on the tip of the wish. So we generate this prayer. Any sentient being who sees, hears, remembers, talks, touches us, for that never to be meaningless, but only to be meaningful for them. When someone has an angry or devotional thought arise just by looking at me, may that attitude alone become a cause that always accomplishes all the temporary and ultimate purposes of that being. Whenever others criticize me with their speech, harm me with their bodies, or likewise insult me behind my back, may all of them have the fortune to achieve great enlightenment. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those wanting light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant. May I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish granting and a wish fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing, powerful mantra accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth. great medicine, curing every sickness, and a wish-fulfilling tree, satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the four great elements, earth and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way in innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways, the realms of sentient beings, equaling the extent of space, until we all attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain, to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. So then, having generated in place of the attitude, again we bring to mind all the numberless sentient beings, the tip of samsara, down to the lowest hell realms, all undergoing suffering, and never free from suffering for even a moment. Even they may be free from the gross suffering, or the suffering of change, samsaric pleasures, but they're never free from the all-pervasive conharming suffering. They never have been free of that. They are not free of that, and they never will be free of that until they cease the causes, delusions and karma. So, how to do this? Is it possible? So then, Buddha has achieved this state and given the teachings, and there are those who are practicing. So now we go for refuge. Buddha Dhamma Sangha, leading all the sentient beings. All sentient beings, my mothers, with infinite blank space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. There's the outer and also the inner refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And now, reciting the mantra. So Sangha Dhammas, I'm turning the prayer wheel for me right now. And so inside the prayer wheel there's more than the 2 trillion million. So think of this prayer wheel, and then all the numberless prayer wheels, all the universes, all spinning. And then each one of these money and the mantra is actually Chenrezig in the form of 6 syllables. So then the simple visualization is the white light coming, beams coming from each one of the mantra. Each syllable make its own sound. And then they purify all the sicknesses of yourself, all those who have COVID, and all the sentient beings. of the 6 realms. And then we visualize the light rays coming and bringing all the qualities of Chenrezig. And then think all sentient beings reciting Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Can you recite Om Mani Padme Hum while you turn it? Can you recite Om Mani Padme Hum? Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Mani bene, mani bene, mani bene. Mani bene, 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 mani bene. Oh, mani bene, mani bene, mani bene, mani bene, mani bene, oh, 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 mani bene, mani bene. Mani bene om mani bene om mani bene om mani bene mani bene om 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 mani bene mani bene om 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 mani om mani bene om mani bene om mani Umani bebe umani bebe umani bebe umani bebe. Umani bebe umani bebe umani bebe. Umani bebe umani bebe umani bebe umani bebe. Umani bebe umani bebe umani bebe. Umani bebe umani bebe umani bebe umani bebe. Umani bebe umani bebe umani bebe umani bebe. Umani bebe umani bebe umani bebe umani bebe umani bebe umani Money coming, 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 money coming. 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 Money coming, 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 money coming. 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 Money coming, money coming. Money coming, money coming. Money coming, money coming. Money coming, money coming, money coming. Money coming, money coming, money coming, money coming, money coming. Money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby. Money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby. Money baby, money baby, money baby. Omani beme omani mani beme omani beme omani beme mani beme omani beme omani beme Mani beme humo mani beme mani beme mani beme mani beme mani beme humo mani beme humo mani beme mani beme mani beme mani beme humo mani beme mani beme Omani beme humo mani beme mani beme mani beme Omani beme humo mani beme mani beme Omani beme mani beme Omani beme mani beme mani beme Omani beme mani beme Omani beme mani beme mani beme Omani beme Yeah, so again, the visualization is the light rays coming from the prayer to all sentient beings. So all the number of sentient beings, all six realms, all in human form, they're all reciting Om Mani Padme Hum. And then the light beams coming from the prayer wheel. And inside the prayer wheel, millions, 1.2 trillion Om Mani Padme Hum. The light rays are coming and purifying all sickness, cause of sickness, and COVID in particular, but then all the sicknesses and all the causes of sicknesses, and spirit harms, karma, delusions. And then the light rays bring all the qualities of Chenrezig. For all sentient beings who come Chenrezig and recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum.
Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Me Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum,
Om Mani
Padme
Padme
Hum,
Hum,
Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Padme Hum,
Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani
Padme Hum,
Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum,
Mani Padme Hum.
Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum,
Om Mani Padme Hum, Om
Om
Mani
Mani
Padme
Padme
Hum,
Om Mani Padme Hum.
Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Ngomani peme 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 Omani 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 peme omani
And by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Or maybe I was muted. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes and spheres, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kinyas, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. You want to do Tara mantra? Om Tare Tutare Turiso, 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 Om Tare Tutare Turiso. Om Tare Tutare Turiso. Om Tare Tutare Turiso. So due to, I'm going to do the extensive dedications later. So anyway, just due to these merits, to comes upon myself by all Buddhas, all sentient beings, and precious supreme thought and enlightenment, bodhicitta, the source of all success and happiness for myself and all sentient beings, immediately be generated in our own minds and the minds of all sentient beings. And that which has been generated, not degenerate, but increase far more. Due to all the supreme merits, come upon myself, all the Buddhas, all sentient beings, may the empty wisdom put inside, may the I, which is completely empty, existing its own side, quickly achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty, existing its own side. Need all sentient beings that completely empty, existing from one side. So that state by myself alone is completely empty, resisting its own side. And so may all these merits become the cause from precious holy gurus, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, His Highness Dalai Lama to live long, and all the holy wishes to be immediately and instantly fulfilled. And for the Sangha to receive everything they need, to be able to study and actualize the past in this lifetime, and for all the benefactors. Venerable Palyan, hi.
Good evening. Oh, hi. I heard that you have a visitor. How beautiful.
Well, there she is, and she's counting mantras with her mouth, it seems.
How
Say
beautiful.
hello.
Hi, Tachi Dele. I could hear you singing, sweetheart. How nice. You were chanting so
Hang on,
beautifully.
I'll just wait a minute. Yeah, so she came unexpectedly.
You did it?
Yeah, she's showing you how to do the mandala. She came unexpectedly, so I just had to integrate her into the session.
In the mala.
Yeah.
And she did it in mala.
And she's counting mantras with her mouth.
That's in.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I
Yeah.
can hear you really well.
Yeah, she was singing Tara when I was saying home.
George is a dinosaur.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
how
and she was
beautiful.
turning the prayer wheel, so we had a good time.
Oh, you had
Anyway,
a
I'll hand
beautiful
over
time.
to you half an hour, and then
I'll
we're
see you
back
later.
again.
Okay,
If she's still
bye.
here.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Thank you,
Good
everybody.
evening.
Say bye. Say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, sweetheart. Bye. Yes, see you soon. All holy beings, sentient beings.
You
I'm
do
so
that.
grateful.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to all sentient beings, to all of us. I'm grateful. I'm Tugden Taoyang. I'm in New York City, and I'm so grateful to be here to do prayers this morning. We'll begin with motivation. Lama Zopa Rinpoche has asked us to do these prayers on behalf of all of those who are suffering from COVID, that people may be safe, not get COVID. May there be adequate protection, vaccination, and peaceful minds doing skillful behaviors so that we may all be safe. And in that regard, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And a third time, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we'll recite the Mani Mantra, for just a few minutes. Please do at your own pace and begin by visualizing all sentient beings surrounding you. Your mother, your father, those you are close to are surrounding and behind you. Those who you might have difficulty with are in front of you. And all sentient beings in the form of humans all around you, with Chenrezig on the crowns of our heads. Excuse me. Chenrezig on the crowns of our heads and emanating huge white light all around us, down through our own bodies. And we recite Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Because we do these prayers on behalf of all sentient beings, really wishing that we may all be generating the extreme of bodhicitta and wisdom at the same time in respect of these prayers, in the experience of these prayers. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. And we'll begin with a glance meditation on the graduated path. This one by Dorje Chang Losang Jimpa. And I'll pause between each verse just briefly so that we may take in, hopefully at a deeper level, the meaning of that verse. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy gurus, I take refuge. Please, gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacle. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Norsung and Bodhisattva always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure, and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that actions and results are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil God-transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, Please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious training, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. Independence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of samsara, the lower happiness of nirvana. Then please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conquerors, sons and daughters, the six paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at some sentient beings with extraordinary unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. In a verse from Arisura's prayer in 70 stanzas, may I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And from Kadamba Geshe Longyi Tongpa's 8 verses of thought transformation, one verse, determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. And some verses from Shantideva's Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing, powerful mantra accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth, great medicine curing every sickness, a wish-fulfilling tree satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings, like the 4 great elements, the earth, and so forth. And like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all my ways for the realms of sentient beings equaling the extent of space until they attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. And now we'll move on to a recitation of the prayer, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, known as Liberating Sakya from Disease. And we'll begin with a little bit of backstory from the colophon. Once an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya Monastery. Whatever the mantric masters tried, thread crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of mani mantras, and proclaimed this prayer, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased in dependence upon its performance. Thereby, it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of light, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. And for those of you who might see there in another one of the little squares on the screen, there is a tanka of Thangtong Gyalpo. Thank you so much for giving us these prayers, these blessings. And as so the actual prayer, we'll do 3 times. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And the actual prayer a second time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini Dharma, Dharma protectors and guardians, and the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And for a third time, the actual prayer liberating Sakya from disease. Liberating all of us from disease, particularly COVID. And whatever sufferings there are in the world. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we have time now to consider another prayer that's been given to us by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. This one, a request to pacify the fear of famine. And a little bit from the backstory from the colophon. In Tibet, when a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, and the like arose, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo offered an alms bowl full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech also liberates all living beings from the sufferings of hunger and thirst. And this is a request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all living, infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heroes, protector Buddhas, gurus, yidams, dakinis, and dharma guardians of the 10 directions, yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows, on all worlds in the 10 directions. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. How timely is this? By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaty through the force of love and compassion, may the iyara, sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. And I'll repeat that verse. by the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion. May the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And now we'll do some dedication verses. First, to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. A prayer for the sick, dedication for the sick. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. A prayer to meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And a prayer for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And some prayers from Nagarjuna's jewel garland. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as sentient beings, any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. And to dedicate in the same way as all past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samattabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And for the life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all that your holy wishes spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's small way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, please live long. And I think we have time before we seal all the merits with emptiness. We will do the beautiful prayer from Shantideva's Bodhisattva of Charyavatara, chapter 10. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel miseries of the world. And now we'll seal the merits of these beautiful prayers that we've done together with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I thank you all for being here today. So beautiful to do these prayers with you all. You're muted.
Hello, I'm back.
Hello, you're back.
We have a power outage, which has become quite common these days. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Okay, great. So this is on the cellular. The Wi-Fi is not working. So anyway, I'll do what I can do. Just that's mainly informing Chenrezig there. Do you have a picture of the prayer wheel?
No, we don't. No, we've got the screen, but there's no picture.
Okay, let me just check, because there's a power outage. I think we can do that. Okay, I think that's, yeah, I think you can see a dark prayer wheel.
Yeah, we can see it now. Yay, and it's spinning.
Can you see a dark prayer wheel?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so I'm assuming that you can see a dark prayer wheel.
Yes, we got it.
Yeah.
Okay, take it away.
A dark prayer wheel.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Okay. Yeah, it's spinning. Okay, well, I think the electricity will come on in half an hour. So anyway, even if it doesn't come on, then the prayer wheel can spin.
Yes.
And that's a 2.7 trillion mantra, as I always say. Hang on, I've got backup right here. And meantime, well, this is going to be a hardcore session of mainly mantra. Oh, my backup light is not working either.
Tasidele,
Okay.
Sarah. Sarah.
Yeah, take care. Take care, Angela. I'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, sorry, Chenrezig. We have a blackout. I'll do the best I can. And if the sound goes or anything like that, but you'll know that the prayer wheel is spinning.
Thank
And
you.
you'll know that I'm reciting the practice. So
Thank
it's
you.
happening. Okay, so the last hour we did the long calling the Guru. So now I'm going to do the short calling the Guru, and then just go short bodies of attitude, and then go to the refuge and the money. So again, remembering the Guru on the crown of the head as the embodiment of all the Buddhas. So all the Buddhas appear in the aspect of our Guru in order to communicate with us. So imagine the Guru on the crown of the head, and then we direct this request. Guru, think of me. Guru, think of me. Guru, think of me. Magnificently glorious Guru, dispelling the darkness of ignorance. Magnificently glorious Guru, revealing the path to liberation. Magnificently glorious Guru, liberating from the war to sorrow. Magnificently glorious Guru, eliminating the disease of the 5 poisons. Magnificently glorious Guru, the wish-granting jewel. I beseech you, please grant blessings.
Sarah, you just unmute.
Okay. May I not
Thank
give
you.
rise to heresy for even a second. In regard to the actions of the glorious Guru, may I see whatever actions are done as pure, or this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious Root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat of my heart. Guide me with your great kindness, and grant me the realizations of your holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. So then think that I'm a replica of the Guru, or no, think that the actual Guru actually becomes smaller, and then very happily descends down to your heart and becomes oneness with your own mind. So then when we do these practices, you can think it's the Guru is doing these practices. Then around us are all numberless sentient beings, from the peak of samsara down to the Avicii hell of relentless torment, the greatest suffering realms. And so think of all the different sufferings they're going through, just have an idea. Imagine them in human form, so we can lead them to take refuge. And be aware that not just this lifetime, but since beginning this lifetimes, they've been suffering uncontrollably. So taking birth, and then racing towards death, experiencing all the various different sufferings of that realm, dying, again taking rebirth, again experiencing suffering. This has been continuous. So not a moment's break from suffering, from the pervasive, compounding suffering. And then, of course, in some of the realms, there is a continual growth suffering, suffering. And even those realms where it appears to be pleasure, but this is just a changeable suffering. So it has been like that since beginning's time, and will continue like that until we put an end to suffering. And who is it that can guide us? Is only Buddha in front. Buddha was like us, who achieved state of full enlightenment, gave the teachings, and then the Sangha who are practicing. And then we lead all sentient beings, taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then, as we recite the mantra, so this six-syllable mantra, which is a manifestation of Chenrezig in the form of 6 syllables. So can just use the prayer wheel in front as the object of focus, and then inside that there's billions of Om Mani Padme Hum. So each syllable make its own sound, and each one is manifestation Chenrezig's holy speech. So wherever Chenrezig's holy speech is, Chenrezig's holy body mind also there. And as this prayer wheel turns, all the prayer wheels in the world are spinning. And as they spin, all the Om Mani Padme Hum go out in all directions. And along with that, light rays go out, filled with blessings, and they purify all the sickness, particularly the sickness from the COVID and the byproducts of that. But then all the other sicknesses as well, and all the sufferings and the cause of the sufferings. So that's just a simple visualization. And then the light comes and it brings the blessings of Chenrezig's holy body, speech, and mind. And all the sentient beings become Chenrezig and recite the mantra. So it's very simple visualization for healing and receiving blessings. So the real trick here is to try to make sure that every mantra is recited for sentient beings, every one of them. So to feel like that, like you're giving out US dollars, you're giving out US dollars to beggars who are like desperate. You're reciting these mantras for sentient beings who desperately need merit. But each one is given away, each one is dedicated to every sentient being. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Hum. Om Mani Padme 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 Hum. 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 Umani Bhagwan, 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 Mani Bene, 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 Mani Mani Bene, Mani Bene, Mani Bene, Mani Bene, Mani Bene, Mani Bene, Mani bebe hum 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 mani bebe mani bebe hum mani bebe hum mani bebe mani bebe hum mani bebe hum mani bebe hum mani bebe hum mani bebe mani bebe hum Oh, Arya, compassion, one who is the treasure of compassion. I request you, please listen to me. Please guide myself, mothers and fathers, in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound healers awakening mind may grow with the tear of your great compassion. Please cleanse all karmas and devotion. Please lead with your hand of compassion me and my greatest to fields of bliss. Desanita Ban Chenrezig in all my lives be virtuous friends, show wow beyond deceptive pure mark, and quickly place us in Buddha's state. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Nani bebe omo mani 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 bebe Nani bebe omo mani 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 bebe Nani bebe omo mani 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 bebe Nani bebe omo mani 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 bebe Nani bebe omo mani bebe Nani bebe huma mani bebe huma 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 mani bebe huma mani bebe Omani bebe huma mani bebe huma mani bebe huma mani bebe Nani bebe huma mani bebe huma mani bebe huma mani bebe Nani bebe huma mani bebe huma mani bebe Nani bebe huma mani bebe huma mani bebe huma mani bebe Omani bebe huma mani bebe huma mani bebe huma mani bebe Nani bebe huma mani bebe huma mani bebe huma mani bebe Nani bebe huma mani bebe huma mani bebe Omani bebe huma mani bebe huma mani bebe Nani bebe huma mani bebe huma mani bebe Nani bebe huma mani bebe Nani bebe huma mani bebe Omani bebe Omani bebe Nani bebe huma mani bebe Omani bebe huma mani bebe Omani bebe huma mani bebe Nani bebe huma mani bebe Nani bebe huma Nani bebe huma mani bebe Excuse me, I have a little tea bag. 어머, 교수님은 먼저 주신 거는 신은 주시는 주신 주신 전전나나나 주변은 신은 주시는 무슨 특별히 주변은 신은 주시는 So I recite a few of the prayers and then I'll do some more money. So my feeling is, since the main practice of this Thangtong Gyalpo is to recite the money and then recite the prayer, the best thing is to, first of all, have very strong, good motivation, and then do the refuge prayer, then recite many monies, and that empowers the prayer. So I recite a few prayers, and then I'll do some more monies, and then do some more prayers, and then the dedications. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. But whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening diseases, they're like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings rise due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from calm and temperate conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Nor whatever sufferings arise due from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So I do some more Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, the visualization is from the prayer wheel, and all the prayer wheels in this world spinning. Then the light rays come and they clear away all the sickness and cause of sickness, along with all sufferings, cause of sufferings. And then they also bring, again light rays come and they bring blessings of Chenrezig for everybody's future money. And also doing beings transformed to Chenrezig and recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Umani Bene 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 Nani Bene Umani Bene Nani Bene Umani Bene Mani Bene Umani Bene Mani Bene Umani Bene Umani Bene Mani Bene Umani Bene Umani Bene Mani Bene Umani Bene Umani Bene Nani Bene Umani Bene Umani Bene Mani Bene Umani Bene Umani Bene Umani Bene Mani Bene Umani Bene Umani Bene Mani Bene Umani Bene Umani Bene Umani Bene Mani Bene Umani Bene Umani Bene Umani Bene Nani Bene Umani Bene Umani Bene Umani Bene Umani Bene Umani Bebe 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 Nani Bebe Umani 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 Nani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Mani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Mani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Mani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Mani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Nani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Nani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Mani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Nani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Umani Bebe Mani bave 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 Oh mani bave Oh mani bave Oh mani bave Oh mani bave Mani bave Mani bave Mani bave Mani bave Mani bave So I think that the light rays completely cleared away all sickness, particularly the COVID and all the byproducts of COVID, completely cleared away. But then also the other sicknesses, all the cause of sickness, all the cause of suffering, delusions come. And think that the light rays, from all the all the prayers, bring the blessings, Chenrezig's holy body, spiritual mind, and fill you up completely, fill all sentient beings completely. And they all become Chenrezig. Recite the mantra. And then we'll recite some more of the prayers. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from common temporal conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and abortions, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kinis, dhammatattas, and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma which results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and abortus, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body, mind, every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Guru and the three jewels, by the power of the bikinis, dhammatattas, and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma which results, all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Last one. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the butchers, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, dhammatattas, and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma which results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so I did extensive motivation and then recited many mantras, pretty hardcore reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, and pretty hardcore turning the prayer. And then recited many of the Thangtong Gyalpo prayers as well. So what remains is to recite the dedication prayers. Due to the Sutrathon merits can be by myself, all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, all sentient beings. May the precious supreme thought of enlightenment, cherishing others more than oneself, which is a source of organism and happiness for oneself and all sentient beings, immediately arise in our own minds and the minds of all sentient beings. Where it has arisen, may it not decline but increase more and more. And due to the three merits created by myself, all Buddhas and sentient beings, which are completely empty, existing from their own side, the I, which is completely empty, existing from its own side, quickly achieves state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty, existing from its own side. Lead all kindness sentient beings, who completely empty, existing from their own side, to that state by myself alone. completely empty existing. It's inside. And then, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be free from all sickness. May all sickness, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. And His Holiness Dalai long life prayer, wish granting, wish fulfilling, dual source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then the long life prayer for Kyabje Lama Rinpoche. Through illuminating all your appearance as far as the darkness, your clear mind knows the 84,000 hoops of Dharma, power of the remedy to 84,000 delusions. Your proclaiming independent rising itself is victorious in battle with the Maras. I worship the supremely kind, great Vajradhara in my crown, clarifying the scriptures, realizations, teachings of Buddha. You spread and illuminate those teachings wherever they have not yet spread in the world. Having become an actual son of the conquerors, you bear hardships with patience. In your continuum is realization, reflection, wisdom, subtle, dependent arising. Precious jewel, Lord possessing love and compassion, arises supremely great, among the great, fully comprehending, clarifying and the meaning of emptiness and compassion, provide all beings and perfectly qualified spiritual friend, my Guru, please remain forever. She who protects and fears of the 3 times Oriyatar, please increase the lifespans and activities of the beings who preserve the Holy Dhamma, and always, without separation, develop their spontaneous actions by the infallible deity of these 3 groups and all their wishes. Thank you very much. And that's me signing off here in Boulder.
Good morning,
And handing
Venerable Sarah.
Yeah, good morning, Carol. How are you? In
I'm fine, thank you.
In San Francisco?
Yes, it's a little early
that
today.
That looked like a great road trip.
Oh, it was. Thank you. Venerable Amy did all the posting. It was just great fun.
That looks like just such a fun thing to do, you know, and I've never done it. And I kind of, I'm not sure I could do it now. I'm getting a bit old. You did very well. But well, I mean, I did to New Mexico and Colorado a couple of times to Creston, and yeah, and like so great. One wonderful thing, America. You know, driving across America and stopping at national parks and seeing these places we've heard about, and getting some idea of just the enormity of the country. Wow.
And the beauty, the vastness of the, of the planet. It was pretty impressive. Just being places that I'd never been many of those places. So it was quite an opportunity. So.
It's just wonderful. Anyway, and it was great to do it with a sister nun as well.
Yes. It was the best. So
anyway, I'll sign off. I've just done 2 hours, pretty hardcore. Oh, wow. So I'm ready to go to the stupa and do some kora.
Oh, how wonderful. Well, I rejoice. Thank you. Love you too. Bye.
Yeah. Thank you everyone at Chenrezig.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Carol Jampachitsa. It's lovely. Carol, it's amazing you're on here as much as the Sangha. And I just want to say welcome, everyone. Big thanks to Venerable Sarah. It's amazing to do 2 hours of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers. And I just thought before we get started, it's a good time to set motivation again. So Venerable Sarah was talking about this cross-country trip that Venerable Amy Miller and I took. Venerable Amy was moving from the Philadelphia area to Land of Medicine Buddha here in California. So it was quite an adventure. We stopped at Yellowstone and in the Badlands in South Dakota, the site of Little Bighorn. It was just, yeah, as Venerable Sarah was saying, it was vast and a wonderful opportunity, and I was so grateful to be able to do it with Venerable Amy. It was probably, I mean, I've been across country probably before I became a nun, and this was so different, and it was just quite lovely, and people were very accepting generally. It was very nice. So anyway, so now just thinking just what's possible with our minds with this motivation of bodhicitta, because what comes to mind, I remember Venerable Amy saying, we'll just smile, just be friendly, and people respond to that, because that's what we all want. We want to be happy and free of suffering. So just spending a moment to remember that's what, just as we wish this in our heart, so does each and every being, from every human being down to every insect, every animal we see. We all just want to be free of suffering and have happiness. And when you think about this cycle of samsara, you know, it's in the nature of suffering. There's no way to happiness, to lasting happiness in samsara. And this is what the Buddha taught. You know, if we really reflect on this, we begin to realize it in our hearts, and renunciation arises, the wish to free ourselves from this samsara. Because Buddha taught that there's an end to this suffering. He taught the causes of this suffering, and he taught us the way with this path. So just thinking that if I follow this path, there's a way out of the suffering. But if I do this just for myself, I leave all my other dear mother sentient beings, friends, everyone, every sentient being is left in this cyclic existence. So the Buddha's taught this highest motivation of bodhicitta, that we can benefit others by really wanting to attain enlightenment to benefit them. So this is this altruistic motivation. If we just open our hearts and think, I must do this, not just for myself, but for each and every sentient being. And now we have to, at least I have to, generate this motivation forcefully, you know, effortfully, but with practice, with our walking this path. For the bodhisattvas, this motivation will arise spontaneously. So just thinking of that, making that our goal. And generating the thought in our hearts that while I'm here doing this prayer today, my motivation is to attain enlightenment, to benefit all beings. So with this bodhicitta motivation in our hearts, let's just recite or recall this prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. and this beautiful motivation. So all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So with this bodhicitta motivation in our hearts, let's just do a little bit of visualization before we recite the mantra of Chenrezig, this holy being of compassion. Just imagining being seated in a lovely green meadow. You can just imagine that your friends and family are all around you, to either side, and that extending out in a circle all the way out to the horizon is every sentient being in human form, all seated very comfortably, peacefully, everyone just sitting very contentedly in this place. And in the center of this large circle is this holy being, Chenrezig, the essence of compassion. Just a beautiful white body. And imagine as we recite this mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum, that rays of radiant white light radiate out from Chenrezig's holy body, entering your crown, the crown of each and every sentient being. And we become filled with this compassion, this compassionate energy, this wish to eliminate suffering. Just letting the mind rest there. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum. 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 Oh, just continue to visualize receiving this radiant white light from Chenrezig's holy body through your crown, and just feel that this compassionate energy is filling your body as you recite the mantra. It's transforming your body, speech, and mind into this powerful compassion of Chenrezig. So just thinking to eliminate the power to eliminate our own suffering and that of all sentient beings. This compassion. Oh, So having taken refuge, made this strong motivation of refuge, bodhicitta, and then reciting this precious mantra, we can purify all of our negative actions just by reflecting on these actions, these words, these thoughts, in generating regret as though we'd swallowed poison. Just really having regret. And generating the wish, the affirmation, the determination to not repeat these actions, these negativities, these negative actions of harm to others, harm to ourselves. We're just holding this in our minds for a moment as we recite this powerful mantra, completely purifying. Body, speech, and mind. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. So now just thinking, visualizing Chenrezig, manifesting countless bodies coming to the crown of your head, the crown of each and every sentient being, dissolving into light and entering your crown, completely filling your body. This compassionate energy, this white light completely filling your body. Transforming each of us into this compassion energy of Chenrezig, this compassionate mind, compassionate speech, and compassionate action. So with this thought in mind, this understanding of our strength with Chenrezig, our potential for compassion. Let's recite the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So on this third repetition, just imagine that this prayer is completely, all the wishes, all the intentions are completely actualized by this power, compassion of Chenrezig. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, not like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now just finishing this practice with our dedication. It's kind of sealing the merit for ourselves and for all sentient beings to ultimately attain enlightenment. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses, and may all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. So just thinking in our hearts that may these intentions be fulfilled. Everyone suffering from COVID, in this pandemic, all the effects of it, from, financial problems and to emotional worries, to the feeling of being isolated, being lonely, of loss, of grief. Just really dedicating this prayer for all sentient beings, for the elimination of this pandemic, and that we might all be freed from samsara. And then finish with just remembering emptiness due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, and completely empty of existing from my own side. And then for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, for all his holy wishes to be fulfilled, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then from Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to Chenrezig, and I think Venerable Kalyan from New York.
There you go.
I want to
Thank
thank
you,
her.
darling. You.
Venerable Rabina. Hi there. Great.
You're up earlier
Bye.
this time. You're doing an earlier session.
I'm doing an earlier session. I
Well
have to be
done.
somewhere. So thank you, dear. Nice to see
Thank
you.
you.
Bye.
Yes. Goodbye. Hello, everybody. Hello, dear people. It's happy to see you all, and all the ones we can't see on YouTube. Welcome, welcome, welcome for this amazing 24-hour little thing that we do. Praying for 24 hours for all the sick people with COVID, but of course everybody else in the universe, So yeah, we carry on. I'll carry on from Venerable Carol in San Francisco. Here I'm in Santa Fe. The sun is only just getting up. All of a sudden it's kind of, what is it, autumn? All the leaves out my tree now are going all brown, reminding us that we're getting closer to death. So then we make the most of our life. And here we go for this 1 hour or 30 minutes, as long as you last, putting our effort into this practice. How amazing. So we visualize, we imagine, just use your mind, use your imagination. We can't visualize as such, most of us, doesn't matter. You think, just imagine right there. We do all this all day anyway. We are visualizing all day, So here we're using our capacity to visualize your boyfriend or your, the person you're mad at. We're visualizing the Buddha instead, practicing virtue. So this is Chenrezig in the enjoyment body aspect, not the one like behind me, which is they call it the emanation body. That's the one that we can all see, like Shakyamuni. This other one, only if you're kind of what they call Arya Bodhisattva, you've realized emptiness on the Bodhisattva path, then you can see, your mind is very subtle. So you can see this Buddha. But we imagine this radiance, this is from Tantra, this blissful Bodhisattva style, very beautiful, radiant, made of light. Everything's made of light, not substantial. Sitting in the sky where it's comfortable, imagine where you can see. And there's a peaceful aspect. There's all these kinds of Buddhas in Tantra, some peaceful, some wrathful, all kinds, male, female, many arms, different shapes and sizes. And it's all just psychology. They represent different psychological qualities that we either want to cultivate or purify. So this is a peaceful aspect of compassion. Compassionate-eyed one, Chenrezig, Avalokitesvaram. Male form, although you can't tell sometimes, they look the same. They're all non-binary, I think. All the Buddhas are non-binary. You can't tell the difference sometimes. So anyway, he's very beautiful with white light body, radiantly beautiful face, if you can try and really imagine that. And his, if you've got a spiritual teacher, a mentor, a guru, a lama, a person you've chosen for you to practice seeing as the Buddha, it's a very powerful practice. It's got a lot of logic to it. It mightn't seem so initially. So we imagine as the Lama's mind manifesting as Chenrezig. Lama, Chenrezig, Lama, same. Makes it very personal. So beautiful face, very sweet, incredibly compassionate and loving. And he's in the typical style of the hair partially held up, I think held up, top with his crown in the front, it's 5-pointed crown. Everything has a meaning. And he's got 4 hands and 2 in the front holding a wish-fulfilling jewel. There used to be such things. And the other arms held about the level of his ear, the left hand holding a white lotus and the right a crystal rosary. An antelope skin over his right shoulder. And he's sitting in full lotus position on a multicolored lotus. And on the lotus is a sun disk and a moon disk, like cushions, you can't see them, representing wisdom and compassion. And he's kind of got these silken, gorgeous clothes. Everything's very beautiful, very radiant. Makes your mind happy just to see, just to think. Lift you up. Makes you joyful. So then we think of all the sentient beings in the form of friends, enemies, and strangers. You know, there's no 4th category. All those are the object of our attachment. To the left, even just think of the ones you love most at the moment, the ones you're most attached to on the left. In the middle, the objects of your aversion, enemies so-called. And then to the right and everywhere else, all the 3rd category, 99.99% of them are strangers, you know, who've neither harmed nor helped us, and therefore about whom we are indifferent. This is the thing. And this is the universe. As long as we're in samsara, and we have the 3 poisons, then we have friends, enemies, and strangers. We create these categories, you know. Buddha's telling us there's no valid basis for them. So interesting. So the strangers are to the right and then in front as far as the horizon goes, above, to the left, to the right, behind and below, the whole universe full. You see all beings of all the realms of existence, but in the form of humans, which is the form they can get enlightened in. Just imagine. So we think in particular the ones that, because we're doing it for this, for suffering from this pandemic, you know, the ones who've actually got the disease and all the ones who are suffering as a result, losing their beloveds, and the suffering and the pain of the people, the workers, all the people as a result of this illness around the world, millions and millions of people affected, you know, millions of people affected, the whole world. So it's the collective karma of the whole world of past killing, past harming others. So we have so much compassion. And then of course all the other beings suffering as well. So first of all, didn't finish. So now we visualize at Lama Chenrezig's brow, white Om. If you know Sanskrit or Tibetan, you see those letters, if not the Roman letters. Then at the throat, red R. At the heart, blue Hong. It's the essence of enlightened body, speech, and mind. And then we imagine, now they call this the commitment being. They call it that when we're visualizing. It's just our visualization. So now what we're going to do is kind of make it real. So what we do is we invite all the actual Chenrezigs from their abodes in the universe to come and absorb into our visualization. We call it inviting the wisdom beings. So from Lama Chenrezig's heart, radiant beams of light, I suppose they're blue, go out from the blue Hong to all the 10 directions, hooking the energy of all the actual Chenrezigs, their enlightened energy. And then this light brings back this enlightened energy of all the Chenrezigs and absorbs into our visualization. And then they merge, all the Chenrezigs of the universe merge into our visualization. Now it becomes real. It becomes non-dual. Zahung Bamho. Now we imagine all of us together, expressing our reliance on the three jewels, the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. Refuge. We say together this sweet prayer. So just remind us, it's the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. And it's just to say, for some of us who haven't heard before, it's always good to remind us also. At the end, Lama Zopa says, now the original colophon, once an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at a great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery. Whatever the mantric masters tried, thread crosses, tormos, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge. And what that means is, I don't know, what does it mean? It says so. Number 7. Oh. It's so called because the verse has the words equal to space. So they call it that. We've recited a number of manis on Mani Padme Hungs and proclaimed this prayer, said these words, expressed these thoughts, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased in dependence upon its performance. Thereby it became renowned as the Vajra speech radiating masses of clouds of blessings entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. Okay. So we say together. And remember, everything exists on the tip of the wish. Thoughts create the universe. Thoughts create suffering and thoughts create happiness. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we rely upon, I like to say it like that, it's a very direct meaning. We rely upon the precious Guru, Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. That's the name given. And this is the Sambhogakaya, the one we're visualizing. Behind me is the Nimanakaya, and the Dharmakaya is the actual enlightened mind. So we're finally relying upon our own potential enlightenment. How amazing. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now as we sing or we say, sing the mantra first and then say it strongly from our hearts, wanting every sentient being to be free of suffering, in particular COVID-19 and all the suffering it's bringing in the world, but all the other sufferings as well. So first, this time as we visualize, radiant beams of white laser light emanate out from Lama Chenrezig's brow. He sends out with such compassion, penetrating the brows of every living being, including ourselves. Number 1, instantly purifying the bodies, annihilating all the suffering. Can you imagine? If you've had a little bit of pain, to suddenly be free of it is an incredible experience, isn't it? So think of this. Think of the unbearable suffering of the bodies of sentient beings. That's the animals and the humans, unbearable suffering. And the poor animals especially can't do anything about it. They can't even get a band-aid, They just live in absolute terror and unbearable pain. Their limbs broken, being eaten alive, unbearable. So think of them all as humans being alleviated of this suffering. How incredible. But of course, crucially, purifying also the karmic seeds from past harming that haven't yet ripened as suffering. That's a major one of purification, put atomic bombs under the other seeds that haven't yet ripened before they ripen. That's so special. So imagine this, white light filling every being in the universe. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Remember, whoever hears it as well, all the beings around you, all the creatures, they get blessed. It blesses your mind and your body because the winds and the mind are connected. And sound is the wind energies. And that's the purest sound is mantra. So it blesses you, purifies you, and all the beings who hear it. And we imagine purifying every being in the universe. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So as we continue to visualize Lama Chenrezig never stopping, benefiting sentient beings, the white light coming to the brows, we now recite these verses together from our hearts. These aspirations. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. So all these different kinds of beings. I mean, this is the Buddhist view, you know. the observation of all the holy beings. These beings exist and they're suffering incredibly, but they also do harm, you know. I mean, who else does harm but those who are suffering? This is the whole point. The only reason anyone harms is because they're suffering themselves. This is the interesting point. And then there's 424 diseases. Usually they talk about 404. I don't know what this 424 is, but this is the way they classify the illnesses in the Tibetan system. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due to from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher needing an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, that every single thing that any sentient being thinks and does and says just naturally produces the person you become, produces our experiences. We are the creators of our own lives. This is Buddha's view. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Not forgetting Lama Chenrezig. He's doing anyway. He's doing his job. The Buddhas do their job, but we have to, the more we visualize it, the more we want it, the more we request it, the more we see it, the more we create the causes too. It's a dependent arising, you know. And we become the Buddha as well. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Of course, there's no such person as the Yama, Lord of Death, but it's good for the mind maybe to think of it. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Again, we continue to visualize Lama Chenrezig sending the white light from the brow, from the white Om, penetrating the brows of every being, blessing, instantly taking away all the pain and suffering and annihilating all the past karmic seeds before they ripen as suffering. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. So now let's visualize Lama Chenrezig sending red beams from his throat, the red R at his throat. And this time purifying all the speech, the results of negative speech. So the results of it, all the karmic seeds, no, the results of it is the suffering. You know, there's 4 ways that karma ripens. One is the type of rebirth. And of course, from the negative karmas ripening as a main karma, it'll be a lower realm rebirth. And then you've got, when you're born a human as a result of virtue, then the tendencies are left over unless you've lived in vows and unless you've purified. This is why living in vows and purification are unbelievably powerful practices. You'd watch your breath for 14 eons a day. You can't move much, but if you just do a bit of purification and live in vows, it is beyond stupendous. You're putting atomic bombs every day under all the karmic seeds. You can't get ahead of the game without being good is not enough, as Lama Zopa says. Being nice, being good is not enough. You've got to do these extra powerful practices that are so brilliant. So living in vows, 24 hours a day that you live in vows, 24 hours a day, even when you're sleeping, you're living in vows, you're purifying all the negative imprints. This is what's so powerful. and then purifying at the end of every day. It just gets you, it's so powerful. You can't, there's not enough, practice is not enough without these. So much talking, what were we doing? The red light coming, purifying the results of negative speech. So for example, experience is similar to the cause is people don't believe your words, that's from past lying. People don't like to hear your words, that's from past abusive speech. People don't pay attention to your words, think you're just meaningless rubbish. That's because of rabbiting on about nothing, gossiping, nonsense, just, So everything we do has a result. We want the power of speech. We want to have benefit to people. We want to benefit, people to believe us. This is so incredible. There's just one result of harmful speech. And there are environmental results. Animals have that too, and this can be from one of their past lives as a human. So for example, abusive speech, the environmental result is you're born in a desert, nothing can grow, like this, different results, not to mention the lower realms. So all of this purified. Imagine every sentient being, this red light filling us, instantly purifying all the suffering as a result of it, and all the karmic seeds from past negative speech that haven't yet ripened. Purifying all of this. How amazing. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum. Full of this red light, all the beings purified of all this karma, imagine. And now Lama Chenrezig sends radiant beams of blue light from the blue hung at his heart. And this, of course, purifies the source of all the rubbish, which is the mind. And what part of our mind? Well, the delusions. And what Buddha has found, amazingly, it's utterly unique to the Buddha, that these delusions are not at the core of our being. They're not intrinsic. They're not integral. They're not permanent. They're not inherent. Therefore, they can be removed. That's the miracle. That's amazing. So this time, the blue light going and feeling, purifying the mind instantly. Imagine being instantly free of the anxieties and the fears and the worries and the dramas, the depression and the jealousy and the unhappiness. Think of this. Look at the suffering sentient beings here. And if we can think of all the humans, you can't even conceive of the suffering of the animals, This is hard for us to see. Lama Zopa Rinpoche said one time that if you could just for a moment imagine, just for a moment, have a direct insight into the mind of your cute little dog or pussycat that you think is so cute and happy. Just for a second, have a direct insight into their mind. The mental suffering would be so unbearable. You'd never want to waste another precious second of this precious human life, This is hard for us to think. We don't even think they're suffering, but this is what's incredible. The mental suffering of the delusions, which are 1 billion times stronger than humans. So imagine all this annihilated, totally purified by this blue light filling every single being in the universe. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Imagine being free of all this, full of this blue light, free from the delusions. How incredible. So we see Lama Chenrezig again doing the white light, purifying the body again. Purifying the bodies, the white light coming from his brows. We say the prayers again, recite from our hearts these verses. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Dharma, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And of course, the only reason we want that is because then we can practice and be useful. Without that, that's why it's even having a headache can destroy us, because we can't think of anything else. So to be free of illness is like a miracle. And that comes from non-harming and from purifying and living in vows. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. And when we think karma, we always think negative. It's so ridiculous, but this is meaning all the positive, unbelievable. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. It should make us so happy. There are so many methods there to help us create incredible happiness, incredible joy, incredible freedom from suffering. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening, may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions. So everything's due to karma. Seeds are there, and then the temporary conditions, like the seed in the ground, the seed is the main cause of the rose, but the temporary condition is the rain coming that helps it ripen. Such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now I think we can do all the receiving all the blessings now. We've done all the purification. Now we're going to receive all the blessings or imagine all the perfection. Imagine the happiness of body, speech, and mind. Now imagine the good results of karma. It's good for our minds. Remember this. So this time again, Lama Chenrezig sends the white light from his brow that enters our brow and the brows of every being in the universe. But this time, imagine bringing the blessing, unbelievable power of a beneficial body. So first of all, thinking that this body, not possible to harm any living being. Can you even imagine that? And then, of course, not just that, but now imagine it ripens all the seeds from our past karma of virtue that will ripen as our ability to become a Buddha, in which case we would then be able to manifest in countless bodies throughout countless universes for the sake of countless suffering sentient beings. That's finally our potential. Sounds like science fiction, but it's all in the teachings. It's all there. So imagine this, that this body can only benefit whoever sees you, hears you, touches you, smells you, tastes you, only benefit. And every being in the universe can only benefit each other with their bodies. Can you imagine that? And then becoming and manifesting all the bodies to benefit others. This white light filling us with all of this power. Imagine this. Oh, money pemi ho, money pemi ho, money pemi ho, money pemi ho, money pemi ho. Om Mani Padme Hum, full of this radiant white light and all this marvelous power of a beneficial body. Not to mention a happy and blissful and healthy body. My goodness. Only be joy, nothing else. They say when you've even achieved single-pointed concentration, it's like you've got no body at all. The body is so joyful, so light as a feather. Can you imagine that? Now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends red beams of light from the red R at his throat that penetrate our throat and the throats of every being in the universe, in front, behind, below, above, to the sides. And this time, manifesting, the power of speech, the most important gift of the Buddha. One word can be of benefit to others. Just one word can be incredible. So the speech such that any sound we utter only can benefit others. Can you imagine that? Every being full of this marvelous potential. And of course, the speech that can lead to enlightenment. Every being in the universe full of this amazing potential, this red light. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this amazing red light and this marvelous potential to benefit sentient beings with our speech. And now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends radiant beams of blue light from the blue hung at his heart. And this, of course, now that we imagine from before, the delusions are gone. So think about it. What's left? It's a really interesting point. You think about it. What's left is the virtues. They're at the core of our being. You can't destroy those. They're fundamentally, and this is not some mystical thing, because virtues are in sync with dependent arising to some degree, and delusions aren't. Therefore, delusions are not in touch with reality. Therefore, they can be removed. But virtues, you can't remove them. They're not possible. It's impossible. It's impossible. They're the nature of the mind at a conventional level. Virtue, goodness, wisdom, clarity, kindness, love, generosity, compassion. They are at a conventional level. They are our true nature. And we understand the logic of this is very powerful. It's not just kind of a religious belief, you know. So we have to understand the mind. Full of these virtues, our true nature. Can you imagine? And of course, completely free, completely liberated from suffering and its causes. Om Mani Padme Hum, every being in the universe. Om Mani, the blue light. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Really want it. Imagine it. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of all these virtue. And of course, the bonus is full of happiness, full of joy. When the delusions are gone, it is impossible to suffer. It is impossible to have unhappy feelings. There's only joy. There's only bliss. Levels of joy we can't even imagine. This is our natural state. Imagine that. That's the bonus. Every being. Again, we recite these aspirations so strongly. And this time again, visualizing the white light coming, purifying the body. All these diseases, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, and Dharma protectors, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we remove even the subtlest imprints from our minds. We've got more to go. We can think that we've achieved liberation from suffering, which is already incredible. Now we're going to remove even the subtlest imprints. They talk about these as removing the obstacles to omniscience. And this is where, once you've added bodhicitta to wisdom, the practice of the bodhicitta enables us to remove even these subtlest imprints left over from the delusions. And this causes us to manifest actually as the Buddha, to become the Buddha ourselves, our own true nature, and every being the same. So this time we visualize all the lights together, the white to the brow, red to the throat, blue to the heart. Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sending every being in the universe full of these three, as we say the mantra, imagining even these subtlest imprints being removed from the mind, enabling us to become the Buddha. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now you imagine that Lama Chenrezig comes and sits above our crowns, everybody in the universe. Trillions of Lama Chenrezigs sit above our crowns, facing the same way as us, each one. Trillions. And then he very happily dissolves into white light and absorbs through our crowns. And then we visualize, we imagine the energy of the Lama's body, speech, and mind, the energy of Chenrezig's body, speech, and mind merge with our body, speech, and mind. They become one. There's no distinction. Everyone is now the oneness with the Guru Buddha. Think like this. And now we imagine ourselves, we now imagine kind of like thinking that you expand to fill the universe. Totally in the nature of bliss. Vast, infinite, clear, no thoughts. Just abide in this no thoughts, vast, blissful, clear. Now imagine all the other Chenrezigs all dissolve into us. All the trillions of Chenrezigs in the universe all dissolve into us, enhancing even more brilliantly our Chenrezig nature. And then just for this 1 hour, as long as we've been here, imagine as many moments of there've been is as many seeds we've planted, all these marvelous thoughts we've been having, all these incredible thoughts we've been having. They're not going to go astray. So be so delighted. And we nourish these seeds from this second forward, using our body, speech, and mind for our benefit and the benefit of others, never stopping, so that they will ripen in the future in our becoming Chenrezig, exactly as we visualized. How amazing. Be so delighted. And this powerfully counteracts, you see, the powerful feeling we have, isn't it? This concrete, hopeless me, set in stone, absolute, useless, hopeless, no good. It's just illogical. It's completely irrational. It's not set in stone. It's not permanent. So by thinking we were planting seeds, it kind of loosens the grip of that ego grasping, you know, planting seeds all the time. Your garden might still look like a mess if you look out the window and see it, but you know you've done the weeding and you're planting the seeds and you can visualize the future. That's very encouraging. Same with ourselves. It might be miserable now, but we just did a whole hour of practice. It's unbelievable. Those seeds will not go astray. So we have patience and have humility with ourselves. And these seeds will ripen in the future. But to have big view, big view. That's it. So may all the holy beings live long. That's it. And may we live long as well. If we're being useful to others, if you're not being useful to others, you better die now. Save the life, save the world of your problems. If you're going to live a good life, then live long, please. Okay, petals. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute, kind people. Thank you, everybody. All right, darling. Much love. Goodbye. Where's my little going goodbye button? I can't find my goodbye button. Where's on? There it is. Thank you.
Right, very impressive, always powerful, Venerable Robina. So, Chenrezig Institute, hello. I think it's, let's look at the clock. It's in the middle of the night at your place, must be. My name is, yeah, my name is Chapelle. I'm at the moment in the Lambda, doing this practice from the old Gompa in the building here. So I'm not experienced as Robina, but I will keep this session very short and very simple. I will mainly recite Mani mantras, and you can follow along whatever once, or you can do your own practice. And I will read the prayer once, and then in the end do dedications. Yeah, so first tell the COVID situation in France is actually getting, it's actually pretty good. There's not much news about figures rising. I don't know how much it is in the other parts of the world. Also in the US, it seems to be a bit stable. Also in Holland, I'm sorry, from Holland, things are going good. So these prayers we're making seem to be helping. So that's actually good. And all of you who have joined here with Robina, yeah, it's very nice. She is very, very good practitioner, very inspiring. Her knowledge is powerful. Eh? So yeah. So we can set our motivation for doing this practice. Trying that with this practice, we're trying to fulfill Rinpoche's wishes, although also His Holiness wishes. Like so many other monastics and other people have done for the past year. COVID is still in the world, still causing suffering. Many degrees in society. It's also impossible that some of you is also be personally touched by an event which has happened. Then we can visualize Guru Chenrezig in front of us, who is in one nature with our Guru. His Holiness Rinpoche, your own root teacher. And I think we have the same potential ourselves, become enlightened in the future. When we become Buddhas ourselves, we also have the capabilities to help other persons as best as possible. Then we can visualize all sitting beings sitting around us. Especially all people who have been struck by COVID. Perhaps you have personal loved ones who have been struck. Yeah. So take a time to set your own motivation. Then with the motivation set, we can take refuge. All sentient beings, mothers in flag space, go for refuge to the present Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to Sam, the Gurus, Yidams, Sinikinis. We go for refuge and declare it over mind to Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, mothers in flag space, go for refuge to the present Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to Sam, the Gurus, Yidams, Sinikinis. We go for refuge and declare it over mind to Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, mothers in flag space, go for refuge to the present Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to Sam, the Gurus, Yidams, Sinikinis. We go for refuge to them declare to our mind to Dharmakaya. So for the next 20 minutes, I'm going to recite many mantras, but please feel free to do any practice you would like. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Last mala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So I will go to the prayer once, and then afterwards I will recite a few Tara mantras as His Holiness suggested. May all the diseases that set in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and conditions such as harm, grass, pills, illness, and buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds who name terrifying being as though they had been placed inside the mountain Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the class of the first 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever suffering there are to the distortions of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long lives, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Kini, Dharma, protection guardians, and by the power of truth and availability of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So for the next 5 minutes, I will recite some Tara mantras, but you can join me, or please feel free to do your own practice. Om Tare Tare Tura Soa, Om Tare Tare Tura Soa, Om Tare Tare Tura Soa, Om Tare Tare Tura Soa. Tare Tare Tura Soa, 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 Tare Tare Tura Tare Tare Tura Soa, 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 Tare 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 Tura Soa, 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 Tare Tura Soa, Tare 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 Tura Soa, Tare Om Tare Tare Tura Soa, Tare Om Tare Tare Tura Soa. So we can think of all the positive merits we've now accumulated, which we can dedicate, that all sentient beings may become enlightened, that our gurus may have long and healthy lives, that we may realize the 2 types of bodhicitta, and that we may never be separated from precious gurus in our future lifetimes, and that COVID-19 may be pacified around the world. Dagi chini kepa kebari tendan drova kumla champendan kepa lutsan lutsan drapai tengpe nepong yari soje chu gari kawe kawe shinkan so pendan dewa malu chungwene Chenrezig Intensi kasozi sape site bartu tengu si tupsu jang jing jang gelwe Tenzing Kyonpelwe Bunzo Dok Borte Choksu Kuvelek Mentudru Badak Sodu Jegundu Japten Sho. To generate renunciation, Nichung Sampa Rinpoche Make Pranam Geguchi Kepa Nyapa Mepa Gone Gondu Velba Sho. To actualize bodhicitta, Jantu Sanso Rinpoche Make Panam Geguchi Kepa Mepa Mepa Gone Gondu Velba Sho. To realize emptiness, Tony Tawa Rinpoche Make Panam Geguchi Kepa Nyapa Mepa Gone Gondu Velba Sho. Throughout your future lifetimes, may you always be guided by our music. Be able to hold the Dharma in general and the teachings of the parents originate in particular, even at the cost of our lives. As long as space remains, as long as transmigration beings remain, until then may we too remain, to dispel the suffering of transmigration beings. In our future lives, may we never be separated from perfect use. May we enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing quality and stages of the path, and may we quickly attain the state of Guru Vajradhara. Okay. Thank you very much for attending. I hope you're all fine in the different parts of the world and you're safe and that you are happy. And thank you for joining. And thank you very much. It was very nice. And I'm now going to pass on to Venerable Damsho. And you're online?
I am indeed. Hello, Venerable Gyalpo.
Ah.
Yes. I thought, where's he? Where's he gone? Yeah, you're in the little gompa. Good
Yeah,
man.
yeah. It is so good. So nice
Yeah.
of you.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's thank you for leading.
Yeah,
And
you're welcome.
I didn't see you before. I see you at puja.
Yes, exactly, Venerable.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good luck. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Let's have a quick look who's with us here. So thank you very much. I see Carol is here. Hello, Carol. Hello, Mike. Hello, Diane, Marie. Hello. Anyone else? Elizabeth. Hello. Love to see so many people who joined Venerable Gyalpo. Maybe you stay on. Maybe you already had your fair share of prayerathon today. So either way, thank you very much for supporting prayerathon. And thank you everyone who's joining us on YouTube, and to Chenrezig Institute for so kindly hosting us, for over a year now, well over a year, and doing so despite busy schedule at Chenrezig Institute. So this is going to be a shorter session. So it's half hour we have, and yeah, let's keep it simple, keep it sweet, and let's take a few deep breaths just to refocus and clear the mind. And if we set motivation by reciting the 4 immeasurables. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keep some close and others distant. So if you visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you had the initiation, just feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just keep the the Guru in the space in front above the crown of your head. Anyone following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone joining us feeling a bit awkward visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head. But let that light be filled with love and compassion for all. We do not exclude anyone, love and compassion for all beings. Remember the last verse, may all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. It's one way of saying it, another way of meaning it. So we want to mean it. So if you got a parking ticket because you parked in the wrong spot, that's not the traffic warden's fault. So we don't have to dislike him for just doing his job. People we just never bothered getting to know and we're not sure about them, that's not their fault. So we just really want to embrace all beings. The light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are. The light enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, which cleanses away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. Atom by atom in the space between those atoms. Every bit of karmic dirt, staining, smell and taste is being removed. It's so a deep clean, right down to the core. And if we think about how rejuvenating that feels to be able to move freely again, to stretch, to just feel clean and pure again. And then we look at all mother sentient beings who themselves feel that way. So we can recognize that none of us wants to suffer. We all just want to be happy. So, and I think it was in the Way of the Bodhisattva, it said, why is my happiness more important than that of others? So it isn't. We all have a right to be happy. We all want to be happy. It's always better to be happy together. Same as when you're at a party and you have the one person who's unhappy, can bring the tone down very, very quickly. So we all want to be happy and have a great time filled with love and joy and laughter and good health. But we recognize that we have contributed to the suffering of others through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. And we ask our mother sentient beings for forgiveness, that we have caused so much pain. Most of the time, because of our ignorance, we were ourselves hurt. We just completely misread the situation. We make the promise that from now on we engage in wholesome actions that benefit all mother sentient beings. And that now we invite our mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hilams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hilams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hilams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings to take refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies, and more of our karmic stains and grime is being removed. And we begin to glow from the inside out, revealing more and more of our true nature, our Buddha nature. And we exchange light back to the Guru and all other sentient beings, who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and other sentient beings. We all are one with the Guru, we're one with one another. We're one source of love and compassion for all beings, shining like a bright beacon in the darkness for those who are lost, to find their way out. And like a searchlight, we search those who are confused in the finding their way, so that we may step in to assist them out. As we recite the Mahani Mantra, visualize how you keep on exchanging yourself with the Guru and all other sentient beings, remembering that Om represents body, speech, and mind in our defiled mode, but also the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. In order to transform our actions into the holy actions, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mahani and Padma, and combine those in Om. So as we recite the Mahani Mantra, we combine the Manis with the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig. And we will recite one round of Mala Manis for each of the realm, so that we do not leave out any particular segment of the 6 realms, and therefore include all beings in our prayers. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion and compassionate Buddha for all beings who have been wandering in countless numbers of lifetimes in samsara, and to endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of hatred, one is born in the realm of hell. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of ignorance, one is born in the realms of the animals. May all beings afflicted by the sufferings of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O protector. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the demigods. May all beings who endure pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum. Throughout my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra, oh, Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. Om Mani Padme Hum. Okay. So, where are we? Okay. And yes, we can do one round of Tara. So we invite Mother Tara to join in to ensure that no obstacles arise. And if you think about the Tara mantra, let's remember that Om represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara herself. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tuttara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tur liberates us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. Maybe also dedicate the mantra, not just for the benefit of our mother sentient beings, that our obstacles are being removed for them, but maybe also dedicate the recitation to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Om Dare Dudare Dure Suha, Om Dare Dudare Dure Suha, Om Dare Dudare Dure Suha, Om Dare Dudare Dure Suha. Okay, so just checking the time. If we go for our 3 recitations of the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, 3 recitations to end the suffering of the body, suffering of the speech, and suffering of the mind. And may all sentient beings who are sick be restored to good health. May no obstacle arise in their recovery. May those who are in the bardo or about to enter the bardo be reborn under favorable conditions. May no obstacle arise for that to happen. And may all those who suffer hardships by other means be given whatever resources are necessary and required for them to be reinstated into a state of happiness that is free from suffering. And again, we recite for all beings, not one left out. And in the text, it refers to interferers and spirits, evil spirits. Even those beings are in a state of suffering due to their actions. So we want to include them and in our thoughts and prayers, and wish them to be liberated so that they may be relieved from the vicious cycle of some psychic existence they find themselves in. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Sorry, I'm on the wrong line, sorry. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grasping illness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May a sign of whose name is there for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's had in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasping illness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May a sign of whose names there for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time, really from the bottom of your heart. Think of all sentient beings and the suffering they're going through, that we can release them from that. The pandemic and other forms of suffering. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harm of grasping illness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of their Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that is the main part done for the prayers. And maybe dedicate. Maybe dedicate to our mother sentient beings. May our mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. And may our sentient beings achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and never be separated from the Dharma and this in our future lifetimes. And maybe be the cause for them to achieve all this. Maybe dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions around the world, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive and burning, by engaging in studies, giving teachings, carrying out translation work so that the Dharma is accessible to many and the Dharma is also preserved. May all our brothers and sisters never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and live long and healthy lives in this and all future lifetimes. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of our precious lay community, who through their kind actions of giving their time, expertise, and financial support to Dharma centers and events and charitable projects to ensure that the Dharma can flourish and these events take place. May they never be separated from the community of Sangha, the Dharma and virtuous friends, and may we always enjoy their company in this and all future lifetimes, and may enlightenment always be with them wherever they go. May we dedicate our precious teachers and gurus who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we thank them for their dedication and keeping us true to the path and tasking us with practices and teachings, so that we may be of benefit to our mother sentient beings. May all our teachers' wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we never be separated from their guidance in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate particularly to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a bright beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. How fortunate we are to be born under his reign and in human form, so that we can absorb and engage with the teaching that he's given. May we always benefit from his wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes, and may all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see him one day be reunited with his people in Tibet. We also thank Lama Zopa Rinpoche for his great vision of tasking us with prayerathon, which not only has brought together the global community of the IMI Sangha much closer, but also as a community have engaged in practices much deeper levels, so that we can be of benefit to mother sentient beings and everyone who has been kind enough to join us through the past 64 weeks. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life. May we always be guided by his wisdom and advice. Due to all these virtuous merits, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kewe shingam di pendang dewa malu jongwe ne Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso yi shape site padu thank you hochi. Tupsil chang xing yam gen gewe tenzing ken pelwe kun zodok po tse chok som kewe lek mun pudru. Padak sok de gundu shapte and show. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your continued support for the year and a bit. Thank you to all the wonderful Sangha for contributing and making it all possible, to Chenrezig Institute for being such kind hosts, so wonderful hosts. And from the land of California, I'm handing over to our dear Venerable Amy. How are you?
Venerable Damcho, how are you?
Not too bad. I enjoyed the photos that you shared from your, Dharma and Louise trip.
I'm so happy to see you because we get different people and I haven't seen you and you're doing such a fantastic job.
Shh. My back doesn't fit on the screen if you keep telling me that.
So everybody who's on the camera, if you know, Venerable Damcho organizes this whole prayerathon along with Chenrezig Institute. I really want to thank them. Unbelievable, phenomenal job. So
bless.
all of these people are making this possible for the planet. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, it's also the wonderful people like yourself who, week in, week out are here making it possible, contributing. And I know that some, have other commitments to, but again, so many are just joining in and really making it possible. It's one thing of organizing it, but if there's nobody to organize and if there's no tech team, then my role is pointless. So it's because of all of you and all the people that join in these sessions and give the feedback. So thank you very much to all of you.
Very humble,
but it's
also fantastic tech team. I really want to thank everyone. And
they're great.
And thank you so much. So it's been amazing what they're holding. So I'm so grateful. And thank you to all of you for joining.
So are you now at Land of Medicine Buddha? I'm
in the Gompa at Land of Medicine Buddha.
Ooh.
And because we've also got a Facebook Live we're trying to do. I'm going to turn it on in a second. And next week will probably be home, but we'll see if I can, because I think they've got conflicting things at certain times. So I'll end up doing it on Zoom at home until we can get me an account for the Facebook Live too. But I'm in the Gompa here.
Excellent. I'm glad you arrived sound and safe.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you were along for the journey.
I love the bisons.
They're amazing. They're totally amazing.
All right. And you had good company. That was always
it's good to go with another monastic. It was great.
Yes. Look after yourself.
Thank you so much.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you everyone for joining. These are the COVID practices. It's lovely to see all of you. So this is also being Zoomed. I'm in the Land of Medicine Buddha Gompa. I'm going to be sharing my screen. And so some of you will be able to see the practices. And just let me know if you cannot, those of you on the Zoom, if you cannot share the screen. And we're on Facebook Live as well. Next week, I may have to go back just to the Zoom, so you can sign up for that as well. We'll start with the Vajra armor practice. Thank you so much. So let's take a moment just to set our motivation for this half hour. And really thinking about these are prayers recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche to help all of us with the COVID situation all over the planet, to dispel the obstacles and things like that for all the beings who have COVID to be healed instantly, and other imbalances, body and mind, like that. For those who've recently passed away, may they take a good rebirth to get enlightened, to benefit all. But really to think about folding this into your practice to help yourself become a Buddha quickly. The reason is so many beings need our help right now. Just take a moment, set that motivation for this time together. And we'll begin with this Vajra armor practice. So please imagine this blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front of you. It's about a few feet in front, about 6 inches in height, slightly higher than the level of your forehead, riding this multi-headed donkey, surrounded by transcendental wisdom fire. And imagine out of all the pores of his body come signs of purification, like different colored light rays. The black Garuda you see above, iron pigs, scorpions, all coming out of all the pores of his body, disseminating through the entire planet and chasing out, especially COVID and all the illnesses, diseases, pandemics, epidemics, like that, as we recite his mantra, which is right here. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shig nagan entayata sarva varita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe. Can also visualize those light rays coming from him over to your forehead, throat, and heart, melting into there, helping yourself, cleansing yourself of disease like that, and any imbalances, body and mind at the same time. Om benza pe om pama shavari pe nembashik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pama shavari pe nembashik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshik nagan entayata sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita. Ana ana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. So as you just blessed your speech with an incredibly powerful mantra, you could put your hand over your mouth, and as you exhale, imagine that exhalation going up your nose to continue that purification. If you have a drink, you can blow on the surface and again take a few sips, feeling that continued purification. Just trying to get the Tara blessings from His Holiness. Okay. And imagine the blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front dissolves into emptiness. From that wisdom over top your crown arises Black Manjushri. This is an emanation of the Buddha of infinite wisdom. In this form purifies disease. He's facing the same direction as you, about 6 inches in height. Similar visualization, imagining out of all the pores of his body come rays of purifying light that disseminate the planet and cascade down through your crown, chasing out COVID, any imbalances, body and mind, or any other signs of purification you'd like to visualize as we recite his mantra. Om daso juser taso miso ningo lacho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om daso juser taso miso ningo lacho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om daso juser taso miso ningo lacho kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningo la chokalaja kam jam drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso termiso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Imagine the black manjushri over top your crown dissolves from the edges of the visualization into the center, into a radiant drop of light that melts into your crown. Please feel all the blessings of his holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. This is the main prayer, the prayer liberating Sakya from disease, from Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. We'll read this motivation 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So let's recite this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of the Buddha of compassion, as we gaze at this image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Money, pay me, money, pay me, money, pay me, money. Oh, money, bammy, oh, money, bammy, oh, money, bammy. The actual prayer, we'll recite 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So bringing Mother Tara here with His Holiness the Dalai Lama's oral transmission. Om Tare Ture no Soha. Om Tare Ture Soha. Om Tare Ture Soha. Continuing on. Pacifying the danger of weapons. So for all the violent places on the planet, for all of our cities, inner cities like that in the States, there's been a big escalation of violence during the COVID time. To help pacify all of this, Om Mani Padme Hung. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassion, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase, by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And the request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions. Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. So lastly, our dedication prayers. And just as a reminder, at 9:30 to 10:30 California time, so basically in an hour, I will be leading guided meditation for an hour. And you can see the registration link if you'd like to join on Zoom, which is a little more interactive, if you have any questions at the end of the session, or Facebook Live through Land of Medicine Buddha. So you can search, find their website, and you can connect in that way. It'll be every Saturday morning, definitely on Zoom, the Facebook Live, certainly today. And we'll do our dedication prayers. So let's dedicate to all of those who, especially those with COVID, to be free of the disease instantly, fully healed. For those who've recently passed away in the last 49 days, may they immediately take a precious human rebirth to get enlightened, to benefit all living beings. And all those suffering from other illnesses, body and mind, may they be healed instantly. And for the flourishing of all of our centers, harmony at and among all of our centers, for peace all over the planet. O Janju Zenjo Rinpoche, Ma ke panam ge gyurchik, ke panyam pa me pa yi, gone gondu belwar sho. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and monastery firewood, may it always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. Very important dedication with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Any understanding you have of emptiness, please reflect. Continuing on, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. For His Holiness the Dalai Lama, its long life, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. And if you'd like to do an hour of meditation, perhaps I will see you in 1 hour. Please be well. And I think I'm passing this on to Venerable. There you are. Sorry, it would be helpful to put your name in the
G box.
Yeah, it's nice to actually put your name down. That's helpful.
Try and change it somehow.
Be well. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank
you, Venerable Amy. Bye.
Okay, so carrying on. This is Tenzin again from the Landa Monastery. It's 5:30 in the afternoon here in France, southwest of France. So again, let's motivate for this practice. So take a comfortable position, make sure your back is straight, shoulders are level. And from adjusting the posture, we go to calming the mind down. So we take the mind to the breath, hold it on the breath for a while, for a few moments. And from there, let's begin a motivation to find out why we're doing this practice. What's this practice about? So these powerful prayers were advised by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche to try and pacify the virus that's creating havoc around the world. So pacifying in such a way that people will get peace again, physically, mentally, and especially those who met the spiritual path, the Dharma, that we can again be able to travel, meet our teachers, take teachings, do our practices again. And for all those who have been separated from their family, etc., may they be able to be reunited, may there be harmony between their family. So let's try and pacify all this trouble around the world by doing these practices. So to motivate, by first taking refuge in bodhicitta, why refuge in bodhicitta? So what does a refuge mean? So let's think about it. So this virus coming into the world system is kind of a result from our past collective karma. And individually, we may have to go through this sickness. So again, sickness is one of the 8 types of suffering that we'll have to go through. So no matter what life we take, at some stage we will have to go through different kinds of sicknesses. It's reflected a little bit on so many lives we've taken, different kinds of births, not just human births. And it's going to be endless unless we do something about it. So where does all this karmic ripening come from? So the actions are ripened by attachment. Where does the actual karma, the actions come from? It comes from the misconception of the self. So let's try and go to the root of the problem. Is this whole idea of not understanding how we actually exist. So we can remember a little bit from Amy's dedication on emptiness. And there is no such self, how we imagine it to be. And due to that misconception, all the other tumbling afflictions karma. Due to those afflictions, we create incredible karma. And especially negative karma, it ripens in many undesirable effects, such as this sickness, such as having to go through this sickness. And none of us want that. And wonderful if all of us, all beings, never have to go through any kind of difficulty, physical or mental, ever again. So we can broaden our horizon, not just thinking of ourselves, but we don't want to experience these resulting undesirable conditions around us, and neither is any being around us. So we surround ourselves with our parents, relatives, friends, and take them into our hearts, meaning thinking about them. So we're all in this predicament called samsara, having taken the 5 contaminated aggregates, this body and mind, due to karma and afflictions. We'll be bound to go through difficulties. There's no other way, unless we do something about it. Do something about it means putting the antidotes, especially that correct perception of the self, that wisdom that understands that the grasping at the me and mine has always been completely wrong. So we have to study, we have to understand how to put that wisdom into place. We combine that wisdom with this strong compassion, wishing also other beings to learn about how to get rid of that misconception. So not just wishing that they are free from that misconception and all the other karma that comes due to that, but actually taking that responsibility, how wonderful I could do something about it myself. But that power doesn't come unless we've actually achieved what we call a completely purified, realized mind. So we give that label. It's called the enlightened mind. From there, there's no afflictive obscurations. There's no hints of subtle obscurations that block us from seeing reality, seeing how to help beings. So let's take our minds towards that resultant goal, that powerful mind. And from there, we can benefit beings by seeing exactly how they need to be helped and what method will help them. So aim for that powerful clairvoyance, that knowledge which knows how to help them. So aim at achieving what's called the four Buddha bodies, the resultant bodies, to help all these beings. So with this strong-minded bodhicitta, seeing it's possible, we just have to train our mind more and more. We already have compassion as a seed in our hearts. It's up to us whether we want to actually develop it and nourish it. So the self-centered mind that blocks us from generating that compassion can be overcome. Also that not knowing, this misconception of the self, also can be overcome. So these obstructions aren't inherently one with our mind. They're kind of fleeting, just like clouds in the autumn sky. So more the sun of wisdom shines, the more of other cherishing mind shines. The obstacles of self-centeredness, the obstacles of ignorance are completely eliminated. And that's our job. That becomes our protection. So in front of us, we now visualize beings who've actually achieved that job. They've done the work that has to be done. Completely purified, realized minds. That now takes the form of our 1000 arm Chenrezig in front of us, Avalokiteshvara. So for a while, put the mind single-pointedly on this visualization. It's beginning with the presence of this great being, thinking it's like sitting in front of your root teacher, your Lama. It now takes the form of 1000 arm Chenrezig as best as you can. Try to bring up this image in front of you, place the mind on that. And then we ask for blessings. We request blessings. We take refuge to be able to actually finish the path ourselves, to become also a complete protector for others who are also undergoing incredible suffering. So not just because of the suffering of the COVID, but just suffering because of having taken the contaminated aggregates. Wherever we are, we're going to have to go through some difficulty. So even the upper realms, although they have pleasurable feelings, and in the formless realms also they have what we call neutral feelings, and they will eventually, those realms will change as their karma runs out, and they will have to get reborn into difficult situations again. So we take refuge, all of us. So connecting with all these beings, thinking we've been connected many times in a very close way, and they've taken care of us, just like the parents and the mother of this life. Try and remember that. Wish to repay that kindness by helping them. So all sentient beings, my mothers, what infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus and Yidams, Kakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, by infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, sadhana. All sentient beings, my mothers, by infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So again, single-pointedly focus on Avalokiteshvara in front of us. So if the mind's more powerful enough, if there's clarity in the stability of keeping Avalokiteshvara in front of us, at the heart level is a moon disk. Around the edge of the moon disk is the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. In the center of the disk is syllable Chi, white. And then imagine lights are radiating out from all of this. We can think generally from the heart of Avalokiteshvara, light is radiating out, filling his body completely, then radiating out to touch all living beings. Think of all different realms, not just the human realm, think of all the realms. So pacifying first the gross levels of suffering, the fear, anxiety, physical suffering, taking all kinds of obstacles to get healed, to find solutions for their problems, their worries. This powerful light then also takes the obstacles for them to meet a correct teacher, a correct path. And then they have all the conditions of practice. Just having to listen and to actually put them into practice, especially this wisdom, understanding, what we call selflessness, the absence of this kind of inherent me, mine, and taking away all the obstacles to generate the other cherishing mind, the compassion mind. So as we recite the mantra, imagine this is happening as a white rays of light go out. So you can start with thinking about friends, relatives going through difficulty, then open up the mind to include every living being as so many lives were taken beginning this. They were also being our friends, relatives, especially our parents, our mothers. Not leaving a single one out. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Omane bemu, omane bemu, omane bemu. Omane bemu, omane bemu, omane bemu, omane bemu. Omane bemu, omane bemu. Omane bemu, omane bemu, omane bemu, omane bemu. Omane bemu, omane bemu, omane bemu, omane bemu. Omane bemu, omane bemu. Omane bemu, omane bemu, omane bemu, omane bemu. Omane bemu, omane bemu. Omane bemu, omane bemu. Omane bemu, omane bemu, omane bemu. Omane bemu, omane bemu, omane bemu. Omane bemu, omane bemu. Omane bemu, omane bemu. Omane bemu, omane bemu. Omane bemu, omane bemu, omane bemu. Omane bemu. And keeping awareness of Chen Avalokiteshvara in front of us too. Slowly shift the attention to the prayer. And then as we recite the prayer, we can keep thinking that our light rays are being emitted out from Avalokiteshvara, in essence our root guru, and clearing all the difficulties, all the karmic obscurations. We can think, mixing our mind with the four immeasurables, how wonderful beings of happiness and the cause of happiness, how wonderful all beings with fear of suffering and the cause of suffering, how wonderful all beings with abiding equanimity, how wonderful beings had ultimate joy, higher egos, and never be separated from them. Of course, thinking mostly how wonderful if all beings had all the conditions of practice and completely liberate themselves from samsara, the contaminated aggregates. How wonderful that would be. So may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma Protectors, and Guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings result from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma Protectors, and Guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all body beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma Protectors, and Guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then take a few moments to dissolve Velikateshvara within you. So now, in essence, our root Gurus, Velikateshvara, in front of us comes the crowns of our heads, facing the same way as us. And then dissolves into a small sphere of brilliant white light. Now slowly sinks down to touch our crowns, and then sinks into our central channel. So as the light goes down, stopping our few moments, and the center of our heads, crown chakra, so purifying all the negativities committed from our body, distant past lives, completely purified. All negativities with our speech, as the light goes down, settles at our throat, radiating light, completely filling our whole nervous system, the body and mind completely blissed out. Our speech is purified. Coming down to our hearts, so all the wrong views we've had, ill will, covetousness in this life, past lives, completely purified. And imagine our body, speech, mind becoming one with Avalokiteshvara. And we dedicate may all beings. So may all the wishes of His Holiness the Lama Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer be fulfilled immediately due to all the merits we accumulated from taking refuge in Sri Bodhicitta, visualizing, saying the mantra, saying the prayer. May all wars, religious conflicts, and disharmony in the world be pacified. May all epidemics be eliminated completely. May all the activities of the FPMT be most beneficial for the sixth realm sentient beings and for the flourishing of the Buddha's teachings. May all FPMT projects be free of all obstacles and succeed immediately, especially the Maitreya project and the Padmasambhava project for peace. May we be able to complete all the realizations of the path in order to be able to free all sentient beings from suffering and lead them to enlightenment. And may all our virtues, temporal wishes for ourselves, family, friends, and so forth be fulfilled. May all those who died either be reborn in a pure land where they can become enlightened, or at least take a perfect human rebirth. Especially think of people you know who passed away recently. And may all those who are sick and suffering receive whatever help they need. And again, especially those you know. And dedication to grace, His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit, happiness in this world, good and incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. The land encircled by snow mountain is a source of all happiness and good, all-powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso. Please remain until samsara ends. To you who uphold the subdues moral way, you serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples. Please look on. Much, everybody, enjoy. Damche.
How are you, Gandon?
Good, very well.
Thank you very much for leading.
How many have you been filling today? 5, 6 sessions?
Give and take.
Really?
A little bit here, a little bit there. You know, short sessions mainly today, so which is fine. But yeah, it all adds up. So it's nice to see so many, you know, back there, and there's a lot of movement going on at the moment. But yeah, thank you very much for leading the session.
Thank you.
And it's always a joy to have you on board. Thank you very much again.
See
you at Puja. Hello, everyone. Let's have a look. Marie's still here. Hello from before. Mike is here from before. Thank you very much. Blimey, you're really in for marathon sessions today. And Lars joining us from Denmark. Hello. And again, Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much. We had Janie on earlier, and Nagarjuna Valencia. Thank you very much for staying on and supporting Prayerathon throughout the day, throughout the sessions, to give all the individual leads some support. So thank you kindly. And if we have half an hour, so we take a moment just to refocus, take a few deep breaths. And therefore, I dispel the pain of others, for it is simply pain, just like my own. And others I will aid and benefit, for they are living beings like my body. Since I and others being both, since I and other beings both in wanting happiness are equal and alike, what difference is there to distinguish us, that I should strive to have my bliss alone? Since I and other beings both in fleeing suffering are equal and alike, what difference is there to distinguish us, that I should save myself and not the others? These verses are from the Way of the Bodhisattva, chapter 8, 94 through to 96. But again, these verses say it all. Whatever being we are, we can feel pain and suffering. And neither of us wants that pain. We all want bliss. We want to be happy, but we can keep it selfishly and not share it with others, which results in pain. Or we go out of our way and recognize that others like us just want to be free from suffering. And why not share the happiness? If you visualize above the crown of our head, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you have the initiations, the relevant initiations, then please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru above the crown of your head or in the space in front. For those of you following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity most closely associated with love and affection and compassion. And anyone who does not wish to engage in deities, just visualize a clear light filled with compassion for all mother sentient beings. Light radiating from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, across the 6 realms in the 10 directions, above, below, and all around us. These beings could be right next to us at the furthest corners of the universe. Wherever they are, Guru finds them. Each light being carries purifying light, nectar, and compassion, entering their bodies through the crown of their heads and filling them with their love and compassion and purifying essence, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions. And as you feel the purification taking place and the bliss that comes with it, look around and see all other beings enjoy exactly the same. And again, we are alike. I and other beings alike in the search for happiness and the freedom of pain. We recognize that through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, we have contributed to the suffering that existed and still exists in this world through careless thought, careless words, careless actions, often the result of our own ignorance, fears, and pride. But we wish to change, we wish to stop the suffering, we wish to be of benefit to other beings who, like us, just want to be free from suffering. In the same way, we wish to be respected for who and what we are, appreciated for who and what we are. So do other beings. So make the pledge to now engage in wholesome actions to benefit beings in whatever way we can. We call upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having invited mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light essence intensifies, and more of our negative karma and delusions being removed from our bodies, revealing more and more of our true nature, our Buddha nature, which begins to shine through, and light radiates back to the Guru and all mother sentient beings. And we all exchange ourselves with the Guru and with one another, becoming one in essence, becoming one source of love and compassion. Let's recite the Mani mantra. Let's recall that Om represents body, speech, and mind in the way we were, with all its faults, but also the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. And in order to transform to the holy aspect, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. So as we recite Mani, let's visualize how we continue to exchange ourselves, how like a glorious sunrise we dispel the darkness of samsara and shine the brightest at the zenith for all mother sentient beings, providing warmth, hope, and calm. Om Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, no Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani. Having acknowledged our faults of body, speech, and mind since beginning of lifetimes, having asked forgiveness from our mother sentient beings, having made the promise that from now on we engage in wholesome activities, having taken refuge and recited many mani mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and mother sentient beings, may we now visualize ourselves as pure and holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, be it for the next few seconds, minutes, hours, days. To be of maximum benefit to all mother sentient beings, may we now call upon the great Mother Tara to join us to remove any obstacles that may arise as part of this practice, and remove any obstacles that may arise for the sick to be restored to good health, for those who are in the bardo to be or entering the bardo to be reborn under favourable conditions, and for any obstacles to be removed for those who are suffering hardships, so that they may be given whatever resources are required. May we also recite the mantras of Mother Tara for the long life and well-being of His Holiness and all our precious gurus. We visualize Great Mother Tara in this space in front of us, emerald green in color, light radiating from our body in all 10 directions. And again, representing the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara herself. Tara liberates from samsara. Tara liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. Om Dahare Dudare Dure Suha. Om Dahare Dudare Dure Suha. Om Dahare Dudare Dure Suha. Om Dare Dudare Dure Suha. Om Dare Dudare Dure Suha. Om Tare Tare 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 Dure Suha. Om Tare Tare. Om Tare Tare Dure Suha. 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 Om Dare Dure Suha. Let's visualize how all obstacles have now been removed. May we invite the guardians, Vajrapani for Vajrama and Black Majushri to join us, and despite their appearances, may we welcome them as diligent members of our family who've taken it upon themselves to look after us and make sure that we stay true to the path and not engaging in silly, foolish actions that may create harm to ourselves and others, and likewise stepping in to protect us from outside harm. So if you visualize for Vajrama, a ferocious looking dark blue Vajrapani with his feet stretched out. He holds a Vajra in the right hand and a snake lasso in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body are admitted 5 Garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, and noxious vapors of poisonous gases. It's like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferes. Remember, we set out to think of all beings, and even the interferers and spirits are suffering, so we need to include them in our prayer so that they may be liberated. Sat the mantra 7 times. Om Vajaped Om Padmaswari Ped Nipashedanganang Taita Savarita Hanana Vajna Vrakshokshaso. Om Vajaped Om Padmaswari Ped Nipashedanganang Taita Savarita Hanana Vajna Vrakshokshaso. Om Vajaped Om Padmaswari Ped Nipashedanganang Taita Savarita Hanana Vajna Vrakshokshaso. Om Vajaped Om Padmaswari Ped Nipashedanganang Taita Savarita Hanana Vajna Vrakshokshaso. Vajaped Om Padmaswari Ped Nipashedanganang Taita Savarita Hanana Vajna Vrakshokshaso. Vajaped Om Padmaswari Ped Nipashedanganang Taita Savarita Hanana Vajna Vrakshokshaso. Om Vajaped Om Padmaswari Ped Nipashedanganang Taita Savarita Hanana Vajna Vrakshokshaso. Back Manjushri. Visualize Manjushri with a restful face, 3 eyes. He has 2 hands. The scripture he holds in the left hand, and the sword in the right, with precious bone ornaments. It stands in the midst of a mass of fire, and flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all mother sending beings, purifying all negative karmas, obstructions, sickness, spirits, dangers, and burning away all black magic curses and so forth. And again, recite 7 times. Om Tam Chu Chu Su Dutta Su Dumi Su Ningola Chakala Jakam Shantam Bepisu. Om Tam Chu Chu Su Dutta Su Dumi Su Ningola Chakala Jakam Shantam Bepisu. Om Tam Chu Chu Su Dutta Su Dumi Su Ningola Chakala Jakam Shantam Bepisu. Om Tam Chu Chu Su Dutta Su Dumi Su Ningola Chakala Jakam Shantam Bepisu. Om Tam Chu Chu Su Dutta Su Dumi Su Ningola Chakala Jakam Shantam Bepisu. Om Tam Chu Chu Su Dutta Su Dumi Su Ningola Chakala Jakam Shantam Bepisu. Om Tam Chu Chu Su Dutta Su Dumi Su Ningola Chakala Jakam Shantam Bepisu. Okay. Just keep an eye on the time. 16, 18, okay. You know, we recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. We recite 3 times. And 1 recitation for the suffering of the body, 1 for the speech, 1 for the mind. And because we want to do the 3 recitation, we think about all sentient beings across the 6 realms who are suffering. And may they all be restored to good health. May they have fortunate rebirth. And may they be given whatever resources are required to overcome suffering and obstacles, so that we end up in happiness again. May all the sentient beings, may all the diseases slow down. See, that's when you sometimes try to jump the gun. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, Tunas, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Tower protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, Tunas, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose name is there for beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsandi, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Dedications. May we dedicate to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all sentient beings live long and healthy lives, free from suffering and its causes. May all sentient beings meet the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we be the causes for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions around the world, for continuing to keep the flame of the Dharma burning, by engaging in studies, giving teachings, and engaging in translation work to ensure that the tradition is being preserved and the Dharma being shared. Where our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friends, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible in this and all future lifetimes. And we dedicate to the precious lay community, who through the kindness of giving their time, expertise, and financial support to Dharma centers and Dharma projects, ensure that the Dharma can continue to flourish and being shared amongst all sentient beings. May our brothers and sisters of the lay community have long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Sangha, the Dharma, and virtuous friends, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate our precious Gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we continue to be guided by their kindness and advice in this and all future lifetimes, and may all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who is a great example and shining beacon of hope, of love and compassion to all mother sentient beings in these turbulent times. May we always be blessed by His presence and guidance, and be able to experience His teachings in this and all future lifetimes. May all His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see Him one day be reunited with His people in Tibet. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through His great vision of having tasked us with His prayerathon, has not only brought together the community of the IMI Sangha globally in these prayers and practices, but also has made sure that through these prayers and practices, we have engaged on a wider level with the community around the world through online facilities such as Zoom and YouTube and in Dharma centers. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy lives. May we always be guided by His wisdom and compassion in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. And may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more due to all these merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings. May all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in no one's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kewe shingandi pendang dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Tangtong Gyalpo yi shabe site badu tengyu chi. Püpsel chang jing yan yun gewe tenzing chen pewe kun zo do po tse chok song kewe lek mun tu ru pa dak sok de je gun du shap ten sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in the session. Thank you very much for your continued support throughout the day, supporting all the other leads. Those of you who are joining Venerable Elio, thank you very much for joining him and giving him this wonderful support. To Chenrezig Institute for continuing to host us a beautiful day for the last 64 weeks without fail, always there for 25 hours. Everyone out there on Zoom, YouTube, for being there, for joining us. So thank you very much to all of you. And it's lovely to see you, Venerable Elio.
Okay. Now is the French moment.
Absolutely, you know, but that's the beautiful thing. I mean, we're sort of talking about, you know, how they, you know, because the French community is coming quite closer together in a certain segment, and also the Italians and the Spanish communities. So it's wonderful to see that concentration of support, where within the English, we have the 24-hour, you know, to be spread all around. So we don't always get the big attendances, but it's wonderful to see, you know, what energy you all bring to these sessions. So thank you very much for supporting the leads in these settings there. Venerable Elio, it's always a pleasure meeting you. And I hand over to you now, because I know your audience is waiting. Much love. Thank you very much, Lars. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Eh bien, bonjour pour tous mes amis de France. Donc, on va commencer cette session en français, puisque c'est l'heure, et que voilà, on est là pour ça.
On ne t'entend pas beaucoup, Elio, pardon d'intervenir.
Vous demanderez, parce que... Voilà, ça devrait aller mieux, non? Alors, j'avais oublié de mettre le casque. Voilà, donc on va procéder comme d'habitude. Donc je vais chercher le texte. Il faut juste le temps de le trouver. Voilà. Voilà. Voilà, donc on va poursuivre cette belle pratique dans laquelle tous les moines se relayent tout autour du globe dans différents pays. Donc cette pratique pour essayer ralentir cette pandémie qui n'en finit pas, qui ralentit par endroits, qui accélère dans d'autres, qui provoque des tas de contrariétés, des tas de désagréments, outre les morts et les maladies. Donc face à toute cette manifestation de négativité qui n'est rien d'autre que le résultat des actions du passé, hein, ce sont les actions du passé, nos actions du passé à tous, puisque si nous sommes impliqués, c'est que quelque part nous y avons contribué aussi. Et donc face à cette manifestation de ce karma négatif, eh bien nous allons essayer d'appliquer l'antidote qui vient de notre bonne volonté, de notre sincérité, du fait qu'on essaye de développer un certain esprit altruiste, et le fait de prendre une demi-heure de votre temps pour continuer cette pratique, c'est aussi une forme d'altruisme, c'est aussi une forme de pratique de la vertu. Ça contribue donc à répandre en antidote l'énergie positive, l'énergie du dharma. Donc, c'est pour cette raison qu'avec cette motivation pure et grâce à la prière de Thangtong Gyalpo qu'on va dire tout à l'heure, et grâce à l'aide de Chenrezig qu'on va invoquer par l'intermédiaire de cette prière, on fait cette pratique pour dissiper l'ignorance des êtres afin de guérir le monde, parce que la cause ultime de toutes les maladies, de toutes les difficultés, la cause ultime, c'est quand même le manquement à la vertu. Donc ça vient de l'ignorance qui ne nous fait pas voir quelles sont les choses à éviter et les choses à pratiquer. Et donc on commence pour développer un esprit altruiste par le biais des 4 pensées incommensurables. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'il demeure dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. Puisse-t-il les obtenir? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ça serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance. Puisse-t-il en être libérés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puisse-t-il ne jamais en être séparés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et maintenant, nous pouvons essayer, non seulement essayer, mais enfin, on va réussir donc, à visualiser au-dessus de notre tête, donc Chenrezig, donc au-dessus de ma tête et de celle de tous les êtres qui existent dans tout l'espace. Donc il y a un lotus blanc et un disque de lune sur le lotus blanc. Sur ce disque de lune apparaît la lettre Ri, la lettre blanche, et de cette lettre apparaît le noble Chenrezig. Chenrezig est blanc, lumineux, il diffuse des rayons de 5 couleurs. Son sourire est magnifique, son regard est plein de compassion. Et de ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes et les 2 autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements de joyaux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule. Le Bouddha Amitabha, le Bouddha de lumière infinie, couronne sa tête. Il est donc assis dans la posture adamantine, donc dans la posture du lotus. Il est adossé à une lune immaculée. Et donc tel que nous le voyons, dans son aspect du corps de gloire, dans son aspect de Sambhogakaya, il est l'essence de tous les refuges réunis. Et donc en maintenant cette visualisation, on va faire la prière. Le tout, c'est que là, je crois que nous y sommes. Hein. Donc voilà la prière de Thangtong Gyalpo. Donc n'oublions pas que nous avons Chenrezig au-dessus de notre tête, dans son aspect du corps de gloire, dans son aspect du Sambhogakaya, il est blanc lumineux. Et donc nous nous adressons à lui. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et donc avec cette bonne intention, et en s'adressant à Chenrezig que nous avons au-dessus de notre tête, donc on va réciter le mantra pendant à peu près un mala. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Je suis désolé. Alors maintenant, on va réciter la prière proprement dite. Donc, on va s'adresser à Chenrezig pour qu'il nous accorde la cessation de cette pandémie. Et donc, on va réciter une strophe, et puis il des mantras, et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Omani pame 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 puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Omani pameo, 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 omani pameo. Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. 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 Omani pameo. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. Omani pameo. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. 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 Omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo, omani pameo. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent toutes les souffrances, dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Comme nous avons encore un petit peu de temps, je pense qu'on doit pouvoir arriver à refaire une lecture juste de la prière, sans les mantras. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances, puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 124 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances, dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puisse le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Et donc on remercie Thangtong Gyalpo de nous avoir donné cette belle prière. On va revenir au texte des dédicaces. Juste le temps. Voilà. Puisse le joyau suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce aux mérites accumulés par ses actions vertueuses, puissé-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres, sans exception, à cet état d'éveil. Grâce aux mérites des trois temps, accumulés par moi-même, les Bouddhas, les Bodhisattvas et tous les êtres, puissent les guerres, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté, les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent être immédiatement pacifiés, et puisse la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun. Puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps, et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir, créé par moi-même, au mérite des trois temps accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas et les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puissé-je, moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre et mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est lui-même entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis aussi entièrement vide d'existence propre. La prière de longue vie de Sa Sainteté le Dalai Lama. Gori Rawe Kawe Chinkam Di Pentang Dewa Maru Jungwene Chenrezig Institute Multimedia Team Pardo Tengyuchi. Et la prière de Lama Tsongkhapa, il faudrait que je la mette en tibétain, qu'on puisse la chanter. Vous qui maintenant l'attitude du conquérant et soutenant, préservant et propageant l'enseignement de Lama Tsongkhapa, œuvrez comme le serviteur imperturbable de toutes choses, vous qui êtes accomplis par la force de vos excellentes aspirations qui rendent hommage aux trois rares et sublimes, veuillez demeurer longtemps comme mon sauveur et celui de vos autres disciples. Et avec cela, nous avons terminé cette pratique. Et ecco, e arriva Agatha.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao, grazie.
Grazie a te. Au revoir tout le monde, quindi ti lascio il posto e ci vedremo più tardi un'altra volta allora. Ciao
Sì,
ciao.
grazie,
ciao.
ciao.
Ciao, grazie, ciao.
Buonasera a tutti, sono Agatha del centro Chanchu Choling di Polava, un centro fondato da Kishishe Dokten. Allora, iniziamo subito con la pratica della purificazione delle nadi, della purificazione del respiro per cercare di calmare il corpo, parole e mente, per evitare qualsiasi tipo di ostacolo, interferenza e lasciare andare quello che ci preoccupa e che potrebbe interferire sulla nostra pratica. Vi ringrazio tantissimo di essere qui perché fate parte di un di una grandissima preghiera di interdipendenza che è veramente, veramente utile. Grazie a voi riusciamo a portarla avanti da tantissime settimane. Grazie di cuore, dite grazie anche a voi stessi, perché non è facile arrivare qua e prendersi questo impegno e soprattutto mettersi in gioco e lavorare su di noi. Quindi cercate di avere una posizione in 7 punti. La posizione Vajra, però, se non ci riuscite non importa. La cosa più importante è avere la schiena dritta, questo sì. Magari allungate le gambe, va benissimo, però la schiena dovrebbe essere dritta. Se proprio non ce la fate va benissimo anche sdraiati, no? Se uno è ammalato oppure ha qualche difficoltà. Comunque è importante la concentrazione e la presenza della consapevolezza di quello che si sta facendo. Quindi chiudiamo la narice destra con la mano destra ed inspiriamo con la narice sinistra. Quando inspiriamo, alla fine degluttiamo, trattenendo il respiro all'altezza dell'ombelico per qualche secondo. E poi espiriamo tutta l'aria con forza. Inspiriamo con intensità. Sì, espiriamo con intensità in modo che tutta l'aria, tutte le negatività vanno fuori. Durante l'ispirazione immaginiamo che l'energia dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, entra dentro di noi e anche le realizzazioni di tutti gli esseri santi e la chiara luce si dissolve in noi e la visualizziamo attraverso una luce bianchissima. Quando espiriamo, il respiro diventa di colore fumo, colore grigio, colore nero, e pensiamo che tutte le oscurazioni, le afflizioni, le sofferenze, tutto ciò che ci affligge, che ci preoccupa, il dolore, la paura, l'incertezza del domani, tutto ciò che non ci piace esce dal nostro corpo attraverso la stessa narice, viene mandato lontano e si dissolve nella vacuità. Quindi facciamo questa pratica 3 volte con la narice sinistra, 3 volte con la narice destra e poi con tutte e 2 le narici. Ok, cominciamo. Cambiamo narice, premiamo con la mano sinistra nella narice sinistra ed ispiriamo ed espiriamo con la narice destra. Il fumo bianco sale la luce bianchissima, meravigliosamente pura. Adesso respiriamo con la mano, con tutte e due le narici. Bene, adesso pensiamo alla motivazione, visualizziamo che davanti a noi ci sono tutti gli esseri del rifugio, che sono gli esseri illuminati, che possiedono le tre perfezioni della conoscenza, della compassione e la perfezione dell'abilità. E potremmo dire, a pensare, che visto che loro comunque hanno raggiunto le tre perfezioni, perché stiamo ancora soffrendo? Non si vede cambiare nulla. In realtà pensiamo che tutti i giorni il sole sorge e tramonta, ma i raggi non colpiscono solo una parete, solo quella a nord a casa, però comunque il sole è presente. Il sole non può arrivare dove non c'è modo di ricevere i raggi del sole. Così, quindi, anche se loro hanno queste tre perfezioni, non sempre c'è la relazione, manca la fede, la fiducia stabile, ecco perché dobbiamo crederci di più, rafforzarla, anche l'apertura, e allora solo così si può ricevere effettivamente i benefici. Quindi con un atteggiamento di devozione, di fiducia e di fede, avendo anche la consapevolezza della propria situazione reale e quella degli altri, unita alla convinzione che gli oggetti di rifugio possiedono le qualità della protezione effettiva. Prendiamo rifugio recitando le frasi della preghiera del rifugio, questo lo facciamo dopo. E visualizzando di fronte a noi la presenza di esseri senzienti ordinari e la loro condizione di sofferenza. E quindi meditiamo sulle 6 cause e un effetto. Ricordiamoci che ogni essere senziente sono stati la propria madre, ricordiamo la gentilezza della nostra madre e anche di tutte quelle del passato, perché abbiamo avuto innumerevoli vite. Quindi vogliamo ricambiare questa gentilezza nei confronti degli esseri, di tutti gli esseri, desiderare di voler dare loro felicità ed amore e desiderare di essere, che loro siano liberi dalla sofferenza. E poi non solo, far sorgere la mente superiore. Io da solo farò in modo che questo avvenga. Queste sono le cause che portano ad avere la mente di bodhicitta. Desidero dal profondo del mio cuore diventare un essere illuminato per poter beneficiare gli esseri. Questo è l'effetto delle 6 cause. Ma la bodhicitta è anche divisa in 2, la bodhicitta convenzionale e la bodhicitta ultima, che si basa su 2 fattori, il metodo e la saggezza. Il metodo principale è la bodhicitta convenzionale e la bodhicitta ultima è la realizzazione della visione della vacuità. Quindi noi dobbiamo cercare di sviluppare questo interessamento altruistico. Ma perché? Perché vogliamo diventare illuminati per riuscire ad aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti. Ma questo obiettivo dobbiamo pensare ed esserne proprio convinti che lo abbiamo già raggiunto, nel senso che dobbiamo credere che in futuro ognuno di noi sarà un essere illuminato e quindi dobbiamo cercare di avvicinare il futuro verso di noi ed essere grati alla persona che siamo stati, che siamo diventati. E questa certezza fa in modo che ogni singolo comportamento, azione, pensiero si rivolga verso l'illuminazione, quindi il nostro comportamento sarà assolutamente più positivo, ma ci fa star meglio ogni giorno di più, aumenta l'autostima, aumenta la devozione verso i maestri, aumenta il fatto che applichiamo la logica e lo Jong, tutti gli argomenti che grazie ai nostri maestri abbiamo imparato, ci mettiamo tranquilli nel nostro cammino perché facendo quello che ci è stato insegnato, perché siamo sicuri che un domani riusciremo a essere degli illuminati. E questo per la legge di attrazione è molto importante, perché non è solo dinamica mentale, noi ci facciamo aiutare dai maestri perché loro sono convinti che noi ce la possiamo fare, quindi perché non crederci veramente di più, perché non credere con corpo, parole e mente che questo risultato è già avvenuto, anche perché tempo e spazio non esistono, quindi possiamo tranquillamente dialogare con il nostro futuro. E questo ti dà anche la gioia, no? Che quello che stai facendo è giusto, perché se sbagli, se fai qualcosa che non va, poi la mattina pensi alla bodhicitta, pensi a quello che potrebbe essere il nostro futuro, meraviglioso, sì, senza scherzi, veramente meraviglioso, ma perché ci occupiamo degli altri e questo non è solo buonismo, è un metodo abile per eliminare l'io, che pensiamo che sia veramente presente, reale, è molto concreto, ma non è così, perché se lo andiamo a cercare veramente non c'è da nessuna parte. E poi con questo metodo eliminiamo l'egoismo, e questo ci libera da un sacco di storie che ci facciamo, a cui ci aggrappiamo con con una soluzione molto, molto fievole, no? Molto negativa. E quindi la bodhicitta convenzionale ci libera dall'egoismo, e la bodhicitta ultima ci libera dall'attaccamento all'io e ci aiuta, eliminando ogni ostacolo e ogni pensiero di aggrapparsi all'io e da vincoli e ostruzioni, riusciremo a realizzare la vacuità delle cose. E quindi noi vogliamo diventare capaci di aiutare gli esseri senzienti, di fare del bene agli altri, perché sono veramente cari e preziosi, ma perché lo sono veramente. Noi siamo, per la legge dell'interdipendenza, noi siamo collegati gli uni dagli altri. E quindi questa è la motivazione la cosa più preziosa, come un gioiello che esaudisce i desideri. Questa è la motivazione che va custodita nel profondo del nostro cuore come veramente la cosa più preziosa da sviluppare. E una pratica molto importante è quella del Tonglen, che aiuta a sviluppare un interesse puramente altruistico. Cioè prendiamo le sofferenze su di noi e emaniamo, doniamo loro la felicità. Ma non lo facciamo per diventare più bravi o per noi stessi, ma per ottenere veramente un gradino in più, un sentiero per avere più possibilità di non aggrapparci all'io e non avere egoismo, per aiutare effettivamente tutti gli altri. La visualizzazione è questa. Attorno a noi ci sono gli esseri umani, animali, esseri affamati, gli esseri infernali, dei e semidei. Ognuno sperimenta la propria sofferenza. Gli esseri infernali soffrono caldo estremo, gli esseri assetati la sete, gli animali si mangiano uno con l'altro e non solo, vengono sfruttati proprio dagli uomini. Gli umani soffrono a causa della nascita, malattia, separazione, vecchiaia e morte. Gli esseri dei soffrono perché hanno un preavviso, gli viene detto quando moriranno. E i semidei sono in continuo conflitto con loro, fra loro, e poi non rimangono sempre così. Gli dei e i semidei, a causa del karma, possono anche retrocedere e diventare animali, esseri umani, e quindi sono consapevoli di questo, per cui la sofferenza è molto forte. Quindi pensiamo che sono tutti intorno a noi, con le loro sofferenze, ed ognuno di loro è gentile e caro, solo che sono rimasti impotenti, sono soli, incapaci, senza guida, senza protezione, perché nessuno si prende cura di loro, veramente. Quindi pensiamo che se non facciamo qualcosa per loro, nessuno lo farà. Vogliamo aiutarli risolvendo tutte le loro sofferenze. Ispiriamo sotto forma di luce nera le negatività e le loro cause. Dopo aver espresso questa grande preghiera della compassione e con coraggio diciamo: possano maturare su di me le negatività e le cause. Pensiamolo proprio dal profondo, perché loro saranno felici e noi diventeremo illuminati, e non è cosa da poco. Ispiriamo la luce nera come fumo che rappresenta tutto il negativo e all'altezza del nostro cuore visualizziamo una palla nera che ha la preoccupazione egoistica. Sentiamola molto pesante, come un macigno che ci disturba, ci ostacola. Pensiamo che arriva il fumo nero che rappresenta tutta la negatività di tutti gli esseri dei sei reami e anche le cause, e anche in particolare possiamo visualizzare che tutti gli esseri soffrono di un dolore particolare che avete, da un mal di testa, un male al ginocchio, qualcosa che vi preoccupa. Pensiamo che ce l'hanno tutti. Una malattia. Pensiamo che questa malattia si trasforma in fumo nero, diventa fumo nero e rappresenta la negatività e la causa soprattutto della negatività. Entra dentro di noi attraverso il chakra del capo e va a colpire la sfera nera che è il nostro egoismo situato al nostro cuore. Pensiamo così. Quando il fumo e la luce nera colpisce la palla nera, pensiamo che va in 1000 pezzi, come una bomba esplode e i frammenti vanno in 1000 pezzi in tutte le direzioni e poi spariscono completamente. rimaniamo concentrati sulla non vera esistenza dell'io, della negatività e delle cause della negatività. Non sono oggettivamente autonomi, indipendenti. Se andiamo a cercarli non li troviamo. Quindi meditiamo sulla vacuità dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause della negatività. Non è rimasto neanche un frammento dentro di noi, quindi non riusciamo a trovare da nessuna parte il nostro io. Quindi siamo presi da un grande senso di liberazione per aver eliminato da una parte le sofferenze degli altri e dall'altra la nostra preoccupazione egoistica, perché abbiamo liberato gli altri dalla negatività e abbiamo preso su di noi sotto forma di fumo nero e arrivando al nostro cuore la palla è esplosa in 1000 pezzi e la palla ha colpito l'io, che è sparito definitivamente, lasciandoci liberi, e quindi ci troviamo in uno stato di grande gioia, perché abbiamo fatto una cosa di grande significato. Questa gioia che è una meravigliosa energia che si trasforma in luce bianchissima che ci riempie completamente. Pensiamo che siamo completi, che abbiamo un corpo vuoto, completamente pieno di energia, di luce. La luce attraverso i pori della nostra pelle esce e va a inondare tutti gli esseri dei 6 reami, nessuno escluso, rendendoli felici e purificati dalla loro sofferenza. Quindi con questa sensazione di avere fatto un ottimo percorso, pensiamo che iniziamo la pratica della parola Vajra del Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera benedetta conosciuta come la preghiera che libera Sakya dalle malattie. Leggiamo la motivazione, ricordando che appunto prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, nel prezioso Guru Buddha prima di tutto, nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle mediative e delle Dakini, ma anche nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente. Ecco perché è così importante avvicinare il futuro come se fosse qui e ora, perché la nostra mente è già libera da qualsiasi tipo di ostacoli, problemi, è chiara, vuota e in sintonia con la vacuità. È già così, per cui pensare di diventare illuminati significa imparare a diventare se stessi. Quindi leggiamo 3 volte. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Adesso visualizziamo che c'è Chenrezig sopra il nostro capo che emana raggi di luce dentro il nostro corpo e in quello corpo probablemente e in quello di tutti gli esseri senzienti e continua a liberare tutti gli esseri senzienti dalla sofferenza e dargli felicità. Visualizziamo anche tutti quelli che stanno male, che hanno problemi in tutti i 6 reami, recitando il mantra Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Pensiamo che la luce rientra dentro il nostro cuore e poi fa offerte a tutti il campo dei meriti, Buddha, Bodhisattva, Dakini, il nostro Guru Radice, che è situato all'altezza del nostro cuore, su un fiore di loto, sole e luna, seduto con il viso rivolto verso l'esterno. E continuiamo a pensare che Buddha Chenrezig continua a emanare luce attraverso il nostro capo, che ci aiuta, ci purifica, esce la luce attraverso i pori della nostra pelle e va a aiutare di nuovo tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. E quindi leggiamo la preghiera con forza e coraggio e con determinazione, pensando che in questo momento noi siamo il nostro futuro, noi possiamo avvicinare l'essere illuminato che diventeremo, e quindi questa preghiera ha più valenza, più forza, perché abbiamo più sforzo entusiastico, sappiamo che il futuro sarà meraviglioso se ci crediamo veramente, e quindi sarà anche più facile eliminare i nostri difetti mentali, a cercare di avere un comportamento più consono e avere una vita dedicata al prossimo, perché effettivamente staremo benissimo dopo. Ok, possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Adesso immaginiamo che Chenrezig è molto felice per quello che stiamo facendo, entra dentro di noi e diventiamo di un solo sapore col suo corpo, parole e mente. Visualizziamo che il nostro corpo è completamente vuoto ed è pervaso di grande beatitudine e vacuità e gioia, visualizzata come una luce bianchissima. Recitando il mantra, la luce esce e va ad aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti e fa offerte a tutti i Buddha, Bodhisattva, Dakini, Dharmapala e protettori, acqua da bere, meravigliose cascate, acqua pura, cristallina, acqua per lavare i piedi, fiori meravigliosi, centinaia, migliaia di giardini fioriti, meravigliosi. Montagne di incenso. Miliardi di soli che con la luce pervadono tutti gli universi. Meravigliosi profumi. Montagne di cibo. E musica, tanta bella musica che sintonizza i cuori nella felicità. La luce si assorbe di nuovo dentro di noi, all'altezza del nostro cuore, e con forza, determinazione e coraggio leggiamo di nuovo la preghiera. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti grahi, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente a nobile splendore e potere siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche di preghiere e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca. Causa e effetto e l'origine dipendenti sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna. e che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezioni. Pensiamo a tutto il personale, gli infermieri, ai dottori, adesso anche i farmacisti che devono fare i tamponi, a tutti quelli che si occupano delle malattie negli ospedali, non solo per il Covid-19, ma anche per tutti gli altri, tutte le altre malattie, sia negli ospedali che nelle case di riposo e anche nei centri di salute mentali. Anche tutto il personale sanitario che deve assiste tutti quelli che sono in carcere. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Dedichiamo loro forza, coraggio. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme. Pensiamo anche a tutti quelli che soffrono di tutte le malattie infettive, non solo Covid, in tutti i paesi asiatici, africani, persone di tutti gli universi. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Continuiamo a pensare che gli facciamo una dedica speciale, continuiamo a visualizzare che gli diamo luce, amore, pace, compassione. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Pensiamo a tutti gli insegnanti, tutti i maestri delle scuole, perché possano avere la saggezza che come educatori possono aiutare tutti gli studenti in modo molto positivo e che il progetto Alice possa essere conosciuto in tutto il mondo. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Pensiamo a tutti i maestri, a tutti, diciamo grazie a tutti i nostri maestri che ci aiutano, ci hanno aiutato a conoscere questo straordinario, meraviglioso sentiero chiamato Dharma. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Dedichiamo loro questa energia affinché possano vivere a lungo. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Ai compagni di Dharma, perché possono non avere mai dubbi, ma essere motivati con sforzo entusiastico, perché questo è veramente il sentiero lodato dai vittoriosi. E quindi diamo loro forza e coraggio. Never give up, come dice il Dalai Lama. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Ognuno di noi adesso pensa a una dedica particolare alle persone che vi si sono affidate a noi per le preghiere, persone che conoscete, familiari, tutti quelli che potrebbero in questo momento avere bisogno. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da guru perfetti. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai neppure per un secondo dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi delle suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato da loro fa comodo senza alcuna resistenza. Possa prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei 3 tempi, per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Magnonat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i 3 supremi, salvatori miei e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore rivivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti, ci vediamo la prossima settimana. So I give the next session to Venerable Lozang. You have the microphone unmute, okay.
Hello, Venerable Santa. Where are you? Are you in Lama Tsongkhapa Institute?
No, Cianciuccioli in North Italy.
Okay.
Yes, is
nice.
Having a very nice session.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you very much for leading the previous one and so many people that join you. It's wonderful to see. It's great. Okay. Yeah.
Ciao. Ciao a tutti.
Take care.
Yes.
Okay, so also thank you very much for Chenrezig Institute, who is taking so much good care of us. And so what I usually do is that we start with the practice, then like taking refuge. And I like to spend some time on taking refuge by, really thinking, what does it mean for me to take refuge? That so that we have a sensation or a feeling coming up and not just the words. Then after taking refuge, because we do Chenrezig practice, so already as the object of refuge, you can visualize Chenrezig, which is the Guru, which is also the Buddha, which is also the Bodhisattvas, like just manifestation of a Buddha's, of a fully awakened being's compassion. Then we recite the supplication to Chenrezig to protect us when things are getting difficult, especially to protect us from our own negative emotions, so that we're not creating more negative karma in order to, which will lead us to suffering. Then after that, we will recite the mantra and send out the light to all suffering sentient beings, not just COVID. Of course, this is the practice for the COVID, but also to all other sentient beings. And I think we can especially send it to Afghanistan at the moment, and to all the refugees also who are, like what virus is producing these kind of difficult situations is our self-cherishing mind. And of course, we want to help them, but still we don't really want them in our country because we're afraid that they are criminals, or that we will not have enough for ourselves and all this. It's like, we have all these kind of very strange views. So, but also, of course, as I said, for the COVID, for the people who work in the health system, for the nurses, for people who are directly affected by being sick, but also for that there won't be this terrible violence between people who don't want to have the certificate and they don't want to have the vaccine and vaccine? They don't want to get vaccinated, and then they go on demonstrations, and then it's the others that are for it, and then they start to break things and beat each other up, and it's like, may there be a good solution to this COVID. So by sending out the light, we think we bring beings everything that they need in order to calm down the situation, and so that they have the strength, the courage, the compassion, and the wisdom to know how to behave in this difficult situation. Then we do the actual prayer and the dedication, and then also when we before we recite the Chenrezig mantra, if you have initiation, then Chenrezig in the space in front of you, you can absorb him into you, you dissolve into emptiness, and then you rise as Chenrezig. If you don't have initiation, you can still think, one duplicate of Chenrezig stays there, another one absorbs into you, and then you can think, wow, I want to be like Chenrezig, but you don't really generate yourself as Chenrezig. Okay, so for taking refuge, and we always, we kind of know why we are taking refuge. And one thing is we become aware of our present situation that at the moment, probably most of us is really good. So we shouldn't take this for granted. It's just that we have positive karmic imprints ripening so that more or less we get what we want. Maybe not everybody who is listening, I don't know, but just in case. But still we know that it can change any moment because there's the suffering of change. And then there's this all-pervasive suffering, which is just by having these 5 contaminated aggregates, whether we want or not. We are creating either contaminated positive karma or negative karma, unhelpful karma that will result in more suffering. We react to it in a not beneficial and skillful way. We create more karma, more afflictions, more suffering, and so on. So we take refuge because we want to be free from under the control of these unhelpful emotions or afflictions. We're kind of sick and tired of it, that they kind of make us do things that we don't really want, and also that prevent us from being able to live our values. Then can we do this alone? Definitely not. So we need to have methods, we need to have guidance, otherwise we would have been out of samsara long ago. So you visualize in the space in front of you, Arya Chenrezig, either 4-armed or 1,000-armed, as a manifestation of a Buddha's mind, compassion, sorry. As a manifestation of a Buddha's compassion. And you can visualize next to him your living guru, alive or dead, the way you remember the person. And to think, actually, this guru is Chenrezig. Actually, Chenrezig is my guru. Because when we think about the living guru, our heart opens, there's devotion, respect, joy. Practice becomes very easy. We're very grateful that we are being guided to a place which is free from all suffering and causes of suffering by somebody who really knows, by somebody who is awakened, which is the guru. So then you let that living guru, so that he loses his ordinariness, absorb into the visualization of Chenrezig. Chenrezig is 3-dimensional, made out of light, radiating light spontaneously in all directions, like the sun. And these light rays spontaneously bring benefit to all sentient beings, guides them to a state also out of samsara. And then because it's a Mahayana practice, we're not doing that just for ourselves. So you visualize your mom at your left side, your dad at your right side. People who make you nervous or people you make nervous, who feel uncomfortable in your presence or you feel uncomfortable in their presence, you put in the space in front. And don't just do this, really think about the people that you dislike or that dislike you. I usually just go over them, I go blah, 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 and then nobody is sitting there, as if I don't have anybody in my life who makes me nervous. It's not so many, but there are. So you put them there, having an open heart towards them and knowing that, it's just my projection, seeing them as unpleasant and stupid or clumsy or would love them. So instead of feeling aggressive as well, because then we do the same thing, we generate compassion. May they be able to be touched by the Buddha so that they can let go of being aggressive and violent and, seeking refuge in violence and aggression and acting it out all the time. Behind us, we put friends, families, people we like to spend time with. So of course, there's many of those. So also think about them, not just in a general way, put them there, visualize them, think about them, open your heart. Again, say thank you for, being kind to me, for allowing me to love you, to like you, being grateful for the good connection that we have, that we need in order to be happy. And then around us are all other mother sentient beings. So have all been our mother in one or many of our lives because our mind exists since beginningless lifetimes. So there's many, many beings there, like uncountable beings. And we think we are guiding them in taking refuge. And what we especially have to think about is our potential, our values that we want to live. Normal would be having absolutely no afflictions. That would be the natural state of our mind. The nature of our mind is pure, right? So we have to develop faith and trust in that potential so that we feel joy when we can do this practice in eliminating the hindrances or the obstacles for being able to live our practices. Jesus. I've been teaching the whole day, I'm sorry. So, these hindrances that prevent us from being able to live our values. That's what I wanted to say. So the joy in doing these practices should be a little bit like, you know, you are confident that there is gold in your garden. You take the shovel and you start digging. Digging itself is not such a pleasant activity, but because you know why you are digging and you know what the result will be, then there's joy. And then it becomes the perfection of joyful effort. Joy is so important in our practice. Otherwise, it becomes duty and heavy and automatic and bleh, yeah. It's good to always think about, why am I doing this? Because I want to be able to live my values spontaneously, uninterruptedly, and effortlessly in a natural way, instinctive way almost. Okay. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and takinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and takinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and takinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we keep Chenrezig, which is our guru, in the space in front, and we recite this supplication to Chenrezig, if I find it. Here it is. And so we recite that in order to be protected from creating more negativities when things are getting difficult, or when we feel that our kleshas are kind of operating, so that we stop collaborating with them. So whenever, you know, whenever you feel negative emotion arise, if you have enough awareness and mindfulness, and immediately you cry out to Chenrezig and say, help, then these emotions don't have so much power. They arise, of course, this we have no choice. But then it will not kick us into action of body and speech. So then we can, we are able not to add anything to our mountains and mountains of negative imprints already. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who has translated this beautiful prayer, says, if you keep Compassion Buddha, who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers. So it's basically yourself. You are protecting yourself by thinking about Chenrezig. So first request Chenrezig for the following things to happen to you. But then, not just for ourselves, think that you cause them to happen to all other sentient beings. This is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and the good heart cherishing others. Namo Guru Lokeshwaraya. Please look at me with compassion, universal being enriched with power. Please be my guide and save me, perfect, pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya Compassionate Eye-Looking One. Please be my captain, liberating me from the great ocean of beginningless samsara, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I am obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be my illuminating light, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I have a blazing fire of anger towards my enemies, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I have violent waves of attachment towards my friends, please help me realize the ultimate nature, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I am bound to my possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be my manager of giving, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I am intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be my king of medicine, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I am disturbed and frightened at the time of death, Please show me your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be my refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am traveling the unknown, dangerous path of the intermediate state, please be my close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take me to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover me with a tent of light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have taken the body of an unknown baby, please be my supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When I always visualize you on my crown, make offerings and praise you, please be my root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When I visualize you on my heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be my mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When I experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be my dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When my mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments I wish, compassionate eye-looking one. When I make requests with the continual sound of the 6 syllables, please always look at me with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. So the 6-syllable mantra we're going to recite now. So then you visualize Chenrezig in the space in front of you. Is kind of coming to your crown. So I was trying to find it, but I couldn't find it. It took too long. You know, there's one verse which says, please, abide in my heart. So then you can, even you don't have initiation, I think that's okay. If it feels okay for you, Chenrezig kind of through your central channel absorbs into your heart, or you can just have him, it's more traditional, it's like he melts into light, and then the light absorbs into your heart, but it resides there, it stays there, kind of nourishes, wakes up, brings to the surface our Buddha nature. And if you have initiation, then, the light absorbs into you. You dissolve your 5 contaminated aggregates and the 80 conceptions that come from either attachment, aversion, and ignorance. If you have initiation, you know how to do that, and what to think, and what you are dissolving. We're dissolving our view of that I have inherently existing 5 aggregates and concepts, thoughts. And we go into the clear light. And then out of compassion, because we understand as an ordinary being, there's not much I can do. So I have to become a Buddha to lead all beings to that state. You rise in the form of Arya Chenrezig. Again, either 1,000-armed or 4-armed, whatever you feel more comfortable with. And try to have this conviction. Now I am Chenrezig. Now I am sending out the light to all mother suffering sentient beings. And this light gives and brings them whatever they need, whatever they want. And they immediately turn or are transformed into Arya Chenrezig. No mani pemme hung, oh mani pemme hung, oh mani pemme hung, oh mani pemme hung. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. And then with the conviction of having the strength, the power, the trust of Thangtong Gyalpo, we recite this prayer in order to make a difference to the situation in the world, which at the moment is starting to get difficult again. Like, you know, also here in Switzerland, like the numbers are, you know, getting more again, and now they're talking about the third vaccine for the older people. So there's no end to that. So, but with, you know, with the conviction that whatever I can do to help at the moment, this is exactly the right thing. So we don't feel useless or powerless. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We can do one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Then we can do dedications. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. And then the long life prayer for our gurus, which is so important that we make them. And you have, again, if you just not reciting the words, kind of to feel that, you know, the longing that we have for them to be around us until we attain full awakening, so that we never, we don't have to spend any time or any life from now until enlightenment without having gurus, without being guided, without us having trust and faith and making aspiration with bodhicitta to attain full awakening. Kind of has to come like, please, please, please live long, and please, 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 you know, may I have a good connection with you until I also attain your state of awakening. Kind of, may I please allow you to guide me in all my future lives. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snow, teaching and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, but also all other teachers teaching the true path to full awakening. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, spreading Majunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Then, due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, economic problems in the world, all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind, all pandemics be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. We seal it with an awareness of emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Okay, Venerable Thupten Choying.
Hello, Venerable Lozang.
Hello, how are you? Oh, you are where? Are you in America?
I am. I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina right now.
Oh, wow. So you left Nepal?
Yes.
Hey, big step.
Yes. So trying to get to Italy next.
Oh, to Lama Tsongkhapa.
Yeah.
What do you mean by trying? It kind of, will it be difficult?